That's the one on the back.
Good morning and welcome to the Delta Stewardship Council meeting. Today is June 23rd, 2022, and it is a pleasure to have all of you in our presence, a couple here in the audience, and to those who are watching virtually. At this time, I'd like for you to please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, we will now have roll call. And we will start with Council Member and Judge Damrell. Just for the record, I understand that Councilmember Lee will be absent. Next, Councilmember Moranian. Here. Councilmember Natoli. Councilmember Smith. Here. Councilmember Zingali.
Good morning. I am here, remote from Humboldt.
Wonderful. Good morning, Daniel, and Virginia Medueno present here. And just for clarification, we do have Councilmember Zingali who was joining us remotely, and he is joining us from Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District Boardroom in Eureka, California. And thank you, Daniel, for being able to join us virtually.
Thank you, Virginia, and thanks for mentioning that, because there is a very comfortable public accommodation here for anyone who would like to join us.
Wonderful. Thank you. We will now go into closed session, litigation, Water Code Section 852 S210.5. The council will now enter and expects to return by 10 a.m. So we will now go into closed session recess.
Smith here.
Councilmember Zingali. Councilmember Zingali, who is joining us virtually. Are you back in the room? Just want to check. Okay, we'll come back to Councilmember Zingali. And for the record, we do not have Councilmember Lee present and Medueno here. I'd also like to note that there is a revised agenda for today's meeting. Due to time constraints with some of our presenters, the new agenda swaps agenda items 8 and 12, the Delta Conveyance Update and Delta Independent Science Board Update respectively. The Delta Independent Science Board Update will now occur after the Ecosystem Amendment hearing, and the Delta Conveyance Update will now occur immediately after lunch. We'll now move on to public comment. This item is for the public to comment on any topic not on the council's agenda. Any comments on the agenda will be taken during that time, including the Lookout Slough hearing or any other item. Beck, is there any public comment?
There is not, Madam Chair.
I just noticed that. Thank you. Councilmember Zingali, have you joined us, and is there any public comment from your location? Can we establish connection with Councilmember Zingali? Just want to make sure he's present, and if he is, we want to make sure.
He is present. I'm actually getting a notification, Travis, that they can't hear. The audience can't hear.
Can we move forward, or do we need to wait?
Let's pause for just a
Okay,
second.
let's just give it a couple minutes. If you are just tuning in, to those who are participating virtually, we are, again, the Delta Stewardship Council, and we are just pausing briefly to establish a connection with a council member who is remotely joining.
Okay, I think the audio is back
Good.
on.
Audio is back on. Okay, excellent. We will now Daniel, can you hear us?
I can now. Thank you so much for your patience.
Excellent. Thank you. And welcome back. And again, for the record, Councilmember Zingali is joining us remotely from the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water Board District in Eureka. We just called for public comment. Daniel, is there any public comment from where you are?
No public comment here at this time, Virginia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Vice Chair,
Yes.
I do have one raised hand now,
Okay,
and I'd like
excellent.
to call
Excellent.
Penelope Lapone.
Penelope, can you hear us?
Travis, could you unmute Penelope, please? It looks like I don't have the Zoom option at the moment.
Mute. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, Penelope, please.
Okay, I'm not sure, because I don't have access to the agenda, but I wanted to comment that I oppose the Delta Tunnel project for a number of reasons. Since I wasn't sure if I could make a comment, I sent an email listing the reasons. I don't think it's going to meet the goal. I'm concerned about climate change and how there may not be enough water for the water to reach the destination if the project is completed. I think it's very expensive, and I think it's going to cause a lot of environmental damage. So I did send the email because I didn't have access to the agenda or the Zoom to mute or unmute. So thank you.
Penelope, thank you. Yes, we will be taking public comment during that agenda item, which is going to be after lunch. But recognizing that we are operating and working in a virtual world and understanding some constraints for a lot of people, we absolutely will take your public comment, and it is now in the record.
Thank you.
Are any more public comment back?
No, Madam Vice Chair, there is not.
Wonderful. Okay, we will move on now to item 7, and this is a public hearing. Consideration and possible approval of the final program environmental impact report for the revised Chapter 4 of the Delta Plan. And for that, I'm going to turn it over to our Executive Director, Jessica Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Good morning. After years of effort from the council and the staff, and of course, valuable contributions and engagement from members of the public and from our partner agencies, I'm excited and proud to present to the council the final program environmental impact report for the ecosystem restoration chapter of the state's Delta Plan. This amendment includes a portfolio of actions that protect and restore existing ecosystems and enhance working or urban landscapes which provide habitat resources for species. Today, the council will consider the adoption of the ecosystem amendment, certification of the final EIR, and the initiation of rulemaking. Before we begin, I'll start with some history as to why the council decided to pursue this amendment. As some may recall, the planning landscape was different when the original Delta Plan was developed between 2011 and 2013. Then the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, which was designed to achieve permitting for a conveyance project and for thousands of acres of restoration and restoration activities, was under development in the 2009 timeframe and intended by the legislature to become part of the Delta Plan if criteria were met. So in April of 2015, the BDCP, as it was called, ended, and instead the Brown administration moved forward with 2 separate projects: Water Fix, a conveyance project, and a discrete set of restoration projects, which were called Eco Restore. This change left a hole in the Delta Plan and the need for the council to step in and create a forward-looking vision for restoration. We've now done so in this proposed amendment to Chapter 4 of the Delta Plan. In May 2020, the council approved the draft amendment as the basis for environmental review. And now we are before you asking for approval of the next steps. I will now pass it over to Deputy Executive Officer Jeff Henderson to kick off the presentation.
Thank you, Jessica. Good morning, council members. It's a pleasure to be here to present on what has amounted to years of work prepared by our staff and consulting team to get us to this point. If I could have the PowerPoint presentation, please. And go ahead and advance to the first slide. So before we begin our presentation, I'll provide a brief overview of what we'll be covering this morning. We will provide some background on the ecosystem amendment itself, so the proposed amendments to the Delta Plan regarding ecosystem restoration. We will also review the California Environmental Quality Act Program Environmental Impact Report that has been prepared to evaluate the potential environmental impacts associated with adoption and implementation of the ecosystem amendment. We'll provide an overview of both the draft and final program environmental. We'll provide an overview of both the draft and final program environmental impact reports that have been prepared and summarize our requested action from the council at this juncture. And we'll provide a little bit of insight into the next steps, which involve potentially entering the rulemaking process associated with adoption of new regulatory policies that would apply to covered action as a result of the ecosystem amendment. Next slide, please. And the next. By way of background, what we're proposing is an amendment to the which was first adopted in 2013 and provides a comprehensive resource management plan for the Delta and the Sassoon Marsh. And you'll recall that adopting the Delta Plan was a requirement of the newly created council as part of the Delta Reform Act of 2009. Again, the original Delta Plan was adopted by the Stewardship Council back in 2013. The plan includes three sort of key parts, if you will. The first being regulations that are applicable to covered actions, which are essentially discretionary state and local agency actions that occur within the Delta and Sassoon Marsh that meet certain criteria set forth in the Act. In addition to those regulations, the Delta Plan recommends a number of recommendations that are made to other agencies with regard to actions that they can and should take to help advance the achievement of the co-equal goals established in the Delta Reform Act. The plan also includes performance measures, which are our metrics, essentially to track progress, both of agency action to implement the Delta Plan, as well as observed conditions in the Delta with regard to the success of those efforts in restoring, in this instance, restoring the Delta ecosystem in the context of a reliable water supply and an enduring place, an enduring Delta as place. And since 2013, parts of the Delta Plan have been revised due to changed circumstances and conditions in the Delta. There was a revision to the Delta Plan addressing single-year water transfers, I believe, in 2016. And then the Delta Plan amendment that the council adopted in 2018, addressing water supply reliability, the Delta Levees investment strategy, and updated performance measures. Next slide, please. Back in 2013, Chapter 4 of the Delta Plan was originally developed, as Jessica mentioned, based on the expectation that the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, or BDCP, would be incorporated into the Delta Plan. However, in 2015, the various agencies moving forward with the BDCP shifted their approach from the Bay Delta Conservation Program or Plan to a more focused set of mitigation projects associated with specific species and the operations of the state and federal water projects. To address this fundamental shift in the planning and the implementation of conservation in the Delta, the council in 2016 began developing an approach to update Chapter 4, the Ecosystem Amendment. And in May of 2020, the Ecosystem Amendment, also now known as the proposed project in the context of the Environmental Impact Report, began a CEQA process with a notice of preparation and a scoping meeting. Next slide. So the ecosystem amendment provides high-level guidance and a vision for restoration. At a high level, it could help projects that contribute to the achievement of the co-equal goals of ecosystem restoration and the targets identified in the amendment. It's important to note that the proposed ecosystem amendment does not involve construction or operation of specific facilities or other specific physical actions by the council. The types of projects that might come forward in the context of the ecosystem amendment include multi-benefit projects that address flood risk reduction, continued agricultural productivity, and additional habitat benefits. Projects that emphasize ecosystem function by restoring food webs, even if much of the land remains in agricultural production. Projects that make the Delta more resilient to shock and abilities to adapt to climate change, both for the ecosystem and to address flood risk. And projects that address funding and institutional coordination. Addressing political will based on solid science to fund and implement projects. One opportunity here is stacking different funding sources to support multi-benefit projects. Next slide, please. And the next. So by way of background, we're first going to break down the components of the ecosystem amendment, and then I'll ask Harriet to summarize the components of our environmental impact report process. So with the ecosystem amendment really represents what we feel is the more comprehensive approach that's required to achieve the goals and strategies that are described in the Delta Reform Act. And that addresses, again, the pivot from the BDCP, changes to the environment, new understandings in science, and an understanding of what has not worked, what has worked and what has not worked in the context of implemented projects. The amendment is based around 5 core strategies that we'll be breaking down individually on subsequent slides. These core strategies form the basis for 6 policies and 15 recommendations that pertain to protecting, restoring, and enhancing the Delta ecosystem. Only one policy that is being proposed as part of the ecosystem amendment is entirely new, and it's largely a reporting requirement that's focused on transparency with regard to the components of proposed ecosystem restoration projects, where we'll use the information gathered to help track implementation. It's important to note too that the 2 big differences between this amendment and the existing Chapter 4 are the establishment of a high-level vision and guidance to help with functioning ecosystem, and a fundamental shift from more of a mitigation strategy focused on individual species to actions that support restoration of the ecosystem as a whole at a large scale. Next slide, please. The ecosystem amendment included extensive public engagement, including presentations at numerous public council meetings, the convening of an interagency committee involving both state and federal agencies, including DWR, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Natural Resources Agency, the Flood Board, the Delta Protection Commission, state parks, United States Fish and Wildlife Service, and NOAA. We conducted more than 20 outreach meetings in addition with non-governmental organizations, county representatives, agricultural groups, water suppliers, and state, federal, and local agencies. And we developed a number of outreach products that promoted the development of the ecosystem amendment, including, for example, the flyer shown on the right side of the current slide. Next slide. So we'll briefly walk through the 5 core strategies and the emphasis placed within those core strategies on policies, recommendations, and performance measures. The first core strategy addresses creation of more natural, functional flows. And core strategy 1 has been revised in part. Most of the core strategy remains the same, including policy ERP1, which requires covered actions to implement the current Delta flow objectives set by the State Water Board. We do include a modified recommendation to update the Delta flow objectives contained in the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan and establish a revised deadline for that process as part of that recommendation. And we maintain the existing performance measures associated with natural functional flows, including those associated with the Yola bypass, peak and recession flows, and in delta flows. The core strategy focuses on the use of best available science to manage flows to help support the needs of native species throughout their lifestyle by requiring covered actions to be consistent with the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan flow objectives, and by working with the board to ensure the best available science informs regulatory decisions. Next slide, please. Core strategy 2 represents both new content and some revised content from the existing chapter 4. It complements core strategy 1, as more natural flows are most effective when they occur across a restored landscape. Core strategy 2 establishes 5 priority attributes for the protection, restoration, and enhancement of the Delta ecosystem. These are essentially attributes that the Delta plan will be seeking restoration projects to achieve in their implementation. First, that they restore hydrological, geomorphic, and biological processes. Second, to be large scale. Third, to improve connectivity between restoration sites. Fourth, to increase native vegetation cover. And fifth, to benefit at-risk natural communities or species. Core Strategy 2 also discusses the importance of designing restoration projects with consideration of the surrounding land use context and emphasizes the social benefits associated with restoration. Next slide, please. There are a number of policies. There are 2 policies actually associated with Core Strategy 2. One is our new proposed policy, ERPA, which requires covered actions to document their contributions to restoring ecosystem function and providing social benefit. Essentially asking covered action proponents who are proposing restoration projects to describe in their certifications of consistency how the proposed project aligns with the 5 criteria that were presented as part of the previous slide. Core Strategy 2 seeks to restore ecosystem function by requiring covered actions, again, to consider and disclose how they would improve ecosystem function and provide social benefits, and by continuing to require consideration of expanded floodplains and creation of riparian habitat and levee projects, which is accomplished through policy ER4. Core Strategy 2 also recommends increased public funding, the incorporation of good neighbor strategies outlined in a good neighbor checklist to coordinate restoration with adjacent uses, and exempting Delta levees from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers policy prohibiting vegetation on levees. And this is reflected through a series of recommendations that are either new proposed recommendations or minor modifications of existing recommendations. There are also 3 performance measures addressing Core Strategy 2 that are proposed to increase funding for restoration, to monitor seasonal inundation, and to establish and track targets for the restoration of natural communities. Next slide, please. Core Strategy 3 focuses on addressing the challenges that are posed by land subsidence and sea level rise. This strategy is organized around 2 objectives. First, it seeks to protect the existing but limited opportunities in the Delta for tidal marsh restoration. And there should be a graphic as part of this slide. I'm not sure if it's on animation. Can you advance that and let's see if it, no, okay, go ahead and return back, please. The strategy is organized around 2 objectives. Tidal marsh restoration is best achieved within the intertidal restoration band, which is a concept of illustrating the proposal of the right project in the right place at the right scale. The strategy also focuses on halting and reversing subsidence with consideration for sea level rise and proposes 3 new recommendations to support this objective. Next slide, please. Core Strategy 3 is, yeah, this is perfect. Core Strategy 3 seeks to protect land for restoration and to safeguard against land loss. And this is achieved primarily by requiring habitats to be restored at appropriate elevations for current and future conditions, and by protecting land with the best habitat restoration opportunities from incompatible use. And these are expressed through policies ERP2 to restore habitats at appropriate elevations and ERP3 to protect opportunities to restore habitat. It also, Core Strategy 3 also recommends enhanced working landscapes, developing or updating management plans for public lands to halt or reverse land subsidence, and recommending funding that could be used to achieve reversal of land subsidence. This is expressed through the recommendations and performance measures that are proposed as part of Core Strategy 2. Next slide, please. Core Strategy 4 has been revised in part, addressing non-native invasives which harm native species in the Delta in a variety of ways. This core strategy focuses on enhancement and management actions that support native species and reduce the impact of non-native species in the Delta. And it seeks to protect those species and reduce the impacts of non-native species by continuing to require covered actions to avoid introducing or expanding habitat supporting non-native invasive species, which is accomplished through our regulatory policy ER5, to which there's been no change as part of this amendment. And Core Strategy 4 recommends a number of actions to control non-native invasive species, including predatory fish, improving fish migration within the Delta and the upper watersheds, funding projects that help juvenile salmon avoid predation and being trapped by water intakes in the South Delta, managing hatcheries to reduce genetic risk and improve the resilience of native species, and coordinating remote fish tracking programs. And this is reflected through the series of new and revised recommendations and performance measures proposed as a part of Core Strategy. Next slide, please. Core Strategy 5 focuses on implementation, and it really seeks to improve institutional coordination that helps to support implementation of ecosystem restoration. This is achieved primarily by recommending support for the implementation of ecosystem restoration programs and projects by aligning state restoration plans and by considering conservation strategies to be aligned with the Delta Plan. One of the key recommendations here does identify the existing Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee, or DPIC, as an appropriate forum for federal and state agencies with responsibilities for restoration in the Delta to coordinate on funding, land ownership and management, permitting, and science support. And notably, the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee has already established an ecosystem restoration subcommittee to begin working toward these important objectives. Next slide, please. There are 5 new output and outcome performance measures that are proposed, and these have been outlined on previous slides in the context of each core strategy. And we're also proposing revisions to performance measure 4.6, which is the council's statutorily required salmon doubling goal. Next slide. So as we've mentioned, the council released a preliminary draft of the ecosystem amendment for public review and comment in November of 2019. Based on public comments that we received at that time, council staff further revised that preliminary draft, resulting in the May 2020 draft that is the basis for the program environmental impact report. The May 2020 draft incorporates extensive feedback from the council, Delta stakeholders, the Delta Independent Science Board, independent scientific peer reviewers, and the public. And today we're pleased to present the proposed amendment, which, if approved, would be in effect and would allow us to proceed with the rulemaking process associated with the proposed regulation. Next, I'd like to hand the presentation to Harriet Ross, our assistant planning director, to give an overview of the CEQA process.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, council members. It is definitely a pleasure to be here in person. I don't think I've been in a in a meeting like this for over 2+ years. So I'm going to just run through the EIR and the CEQA process. So as Jeff mentioned, the council in May 2020 authorized and directed staff to go ahead and prepare this, the program environmental impact report based on that version of the ecosystem amendment. So with that, we released a notice of preparation back in May 2020 for a 60-day response to comment period on the scope of the EIR. And we also had a scoping hearing during that 60 days. Then we released the draft program EIR for public review in September 27, 2021. And we also held a public hearing at a council meeting at that time as well. And then for the final EIR, we released last Monday, I believe, 10 days prior to this meeting. And so that's what we're here to talk about today. Next slide, please. Before I go over the details of the final EIR, I just wanted to go through some basic program EIR with all of you so that we all have a common understanding. So basically, the program EIR allows a programmatic level of analysis for a program or a plan that has multiple components or actions. And so, and these multiple actions and components have to be geographically related. And a program EIR is different from a project EIR in that individual projects are not analyzed. We take a set of generalized activities that we think will occur as a result of the ecosystem amendment, and that's what the program EIR analyzes. So the advantage of a program EIR at this stage, because we simply don't know those specific projects that will be proposed in the future by other agencies, is that it does allow future project proponents to tier off this EIR, thereby reducing the burden of preparing a full EIR as projects get proposed. If we can go ahead and skip to 2 slides over. There we go. So the draft program EIR really describes the proposed amendments and project objectives. It describes the potential activities and projects by other agencies in response to the ecosystem amendment. And the EIR really recognizes that the multiple actions and components would be proposed and implemented by entities other than the council. So again, the council itself does not implement or directly authorize or construct our operation of any activities. We don't build anything. So these future actions would be under the jurisdiction and authority of other public agencies. So because of this, the EIR recognizes that a number and location of all the potential projects are not known at this time, and future projects will be evaluated as they are proposed. So as a result, the draft EIR concludes with a number of significant and unavoidable impacts, simply because we don't know the details of those projects, the project footprint, the exact location, and while our mitigation measures are required for covered actions, we're not implementing it ourselves. So that's why there's so many significant and unavoidable impacts in the draft EIR. And it also identifies mitigation measures and considers alternatives to reduce the significant impacts. Next slide, please. So many of the mitigation measures in the draft EIR remain largely unchanged from the 2013 Delta Plan EIR. Now that we call them revised because they all have been revised in some manner. Sometimes it's a lot of reformatting. Sometimes it's to make it more concise. We removed duplicative mitigation measures, and sometimes it was to just update to current best practices and standards. But the basic principle of the mitigation measure are just expanded or rewritten. So these mitigation measures, as I mentioned, apply to all covered actions and are recommended for non-covered actions. Next slide, please. So the draft EIR analyzes the environmental impacts of the proposed project and 4 alternatives. As required under CEQA, a no project alternative is analyzed, which basically assumes that the proposed ecosystem amendment does not move forward and the existing Chapter 4 is in place. So that's one alternative. And the other 3 all consist of different ways to reduce the amount of restoration, which thereby reduces the construction impacts across numerous resource areas. Next slide, please. So basically, there's very similar impacts between the proposed project and the no project alternative. but the no project alternative does not meet the project objectives. Alternatives 1 through 3 have similar impacts, but and they're reduced in some resource areas. And the EIR does identify alternative 3 as the environmentally superior alternative, but it only partially achieves the project objectives that the council has laid out. And I should note that as you know, the EIR presents all of this information for the decision makers to consider. And it does not make it does not actually select an alternative. So next slide, please, on the final program EIR that was released last week. This contains and includes written responses to each of the comments received on the draft program EIR that raises an environmental issue. It also encompasses revisions to the draft EIR. So as we received comments, you know, there were a number of changes that we made, none of them substantive, but those are all shown in track changes in the final EIR. And so again, this was released for public review and comment last Monday. Next slide, please. I should also mention, oh, sorry. So the public comments we received include 19 total of letters and emails, 13 of which were from state and local agencies. We received 1 letter from a tribe, 3 letters from nonprofit and other organizations, and 2 letters from individuals. I should also mention that there were 3 commenters at the public workshop that we had in November, and that include November 2021, and that was the Central Delta Water Agencies, local agencies of the North Delta, and 1 individual commented.
Harriet, we have a
Yes.
question from
Yeah.
Councilmember Natoli.
Yes,
Oh,
thank you,
yes.
Harriet. Just on this slide, I know it's a state agency, but is the Delta Protection Commission lumped into the 13 letters? Is that
Yes.
what it's at? Because I know we have certainly an appropriate role in this, but it wasn't called out specifically, so.
Yes, sorry. Yes,
Yeah.
they are lumped into the 13 state agencies. Sorry about
Thank
that.
you. Thank you, Andrew. That's okay.
Thank you.
Okay, next slide, please. So we received a number of comments addressing various issues, including, and it's hard to summarize because there's all these different, they just span a number of topics, but I'm going to attempt to summarize what we did here. We did get a lot of comments regarding the proposed language of the ecosystem amendment itself, the legal basis for the amendment, whether it complied with the Delta Reform Act, and the proposed core strategies and objectives. There were also specific comments on how the content of the core strategies could be changed and questions on how they were developed. And then we received obviously a number of comments on the CEQA analysis itself. Some comments stated that the draft EIR was inadequate because it did not evaluate impacts of a full range of projects that could be implemented in response to the proposed ecosystem amendment. Like I said, you know, we can't project every single potential project that could be proposed in the future. So we have these generalized activities that the EIR covers. Other comments question, you know, the program EIR's many significant and unavoidable impact conclusions. Other comments asserted that the mitigation measures included in the draft were overreaching in its intent to minimize identified impacts. And we also received comment letters that the cultural resources mitigation measures did not address tribal cultural resources adequately. And there was a number of changes to those mitigation measures proposed that we did implement, and it's shown in the final EIR. In the next slide, I do want to mention that there are 2 mitigation measures identified in the final EIR that's a direct result of tribal consultation that we held under AB 52. We consulted 2 tribes on our AB 52 list, requested a consultation. And those 2 measures, one is related, it's 10-1A in case you wanted to see. The first one is about requiring consultation with tribes early on in the design phase of a restoration project. So right now under AB 52, when a project comes, when a lead agency determines that there's a project under CEQA, they're required to notify those AB 52 tribes, and those tribes can request consultation. But what we heard and in our conversations with these tribes, they really wanted to come in at the design phase. By the time you get to the CEQA phase, often projects are already designed. So they want to come in early on in the process. And that's what that mitigation measure requires now of project proponents. We also made a number of changes in the ecosystem amendment itself, Chapter 4. The second new mitigation measure was about adding in cultural resources awareness and sensitivity training. So we have a whole mitigation measure now requiring that. There were already mitigation measures about training, but not about this specific cultural sensitivity. So that's added in as well. Okay, so next slide. So that's the end of the overview of the draft and final EIR. So today, staff is recommending that the council certify the program EIR. And just to go through what you'll be considering today is prior to project approval, the council must certify that the PEIR has been completed in compliance with CEQA. Council has reviewed and considered the information in the program EIR, and the program EIR reflects the independent judgment and analysis of the council. In the next slide, this is an overview of the approval process. So in order to approve the Delta Plan amendments, the council must adopt the CEQA findings and statement of overriding considerations, explaining why the benefits of the project outweigh significant unavoidable environmental effects. 2, adopt and incorporate into the Delta Plan amendments the revised mitigation measures identified in the EIR, and adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program to ensure implementation of those mitigation measures. And if we can jump to 2 slides, we're not there yet, but again, the staff recommends that the council adopt resolution 2022-05, through which the council would take a number of actions, including certify the Delta Plan Ecosystem Amendment, final PEIR, adopt the findings and statement of overriding considerations, and adopt and incorporate into the Delta Plan the Ecosystem Amendment, consisting of revisions to Delta Plan Chapter 4, and including all of the new and revised mitigation measures identified in the draft and final EIR. 2 is to adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program as described in the resolution. 3, direct and authorize the executive officer or her delegee to initiate rulemaking for new and revised Delta Plan policies and mitigation measures. 4 is to direct the executive officer or her delegee to make any non-substantive changes as necessary to finalize the document. And lastly, direct and authorize the executive officer or her delegee to exercise their discretion to make changes required by the Office of Administration law in order to comply with the requirements of the Administrative Procedures Act and inform the council of any such changes. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Harriet. Thank you, Jeff. Okay, yes, we're going to open it up now for the council. Questions,
Yes,
discussion?
Yes, I have 2 questions before the discussion. So as we know, the Delta Plan has recommendations and regulations, recommendations and measure performance measures. So when the policies that we develop, the 5 policies, this would become as a part of, you can't hear?
Just in the microphone a little bit closer. There you go.
So the question is that we have 3 in the Delta Plan, we have regulations, recommendations, and performance measures. So I wanted to be clear that when developed the 5 policies, that would become as a part of the recommendations for now, or I mean, what part of the Delta Plan would this go into?
The recommendation and the performance, if the council takes action
Yes,
to adopt
yes.
today, the recommendations and the performance measures would take effect, as would the mitigation measures associated with the program environmental impact report.
I see.
Another part of the action that we're requesting of the council is to authorize staff to initiate the required rulemaking process associated with the 5 policies. In order to make those effective upon covered actions, the council has an additional step to complete to essentially codify those policies as part of regulations that can then be applied to covered actions. That's a process that we anticipate would be about another 9 months to a year, but it would affect essentially just those 5 regulatory policies.
Just the 5, okay. Great, thank you. And I have one more question, if I may.
Absolutely.
My second question was, well, usually doing a program EIR is problematic just because the reasons was mentioned, that we don't know exactly, the footprint of the project, where is it going to be, when is it going to happen? Are they all going to happen together because it's a program? So we know that that's already an issue. What was a question in my mind, that when we had the public hearings and the public meetings, there's this thing that as if this work and this whole effort, this amendment of ecosystem is somehow identified with necessarily the Delta canals or some kind of a project or BDCP or however the perception of the people were. First, I want to know how we were successful of separating that this is not a specific project. And second, that just this is very targeted and this has to do with ecosystem restoration, not necessarily a project. And I wanted to know what the impact, what kind of input do you receive from that? Because some of the letters still mention that this is as if like this is an opening for letting this project happen, or this is a part of, the Delta Canal project. And it's important for me to not identify the two together and be clear in everybody's minds that this is not what the Delta Stewardship Council puts on the table, yet it's much more specific approach of restoring, and it's very targeted by region, by issues, by species. What did you get from the input, and what did you hear? And when you did the public hearings, I know that probably in different locations with different groups, what % of people really got that or not? So it's interesting for me.
If I may start to respond to that question. The letters that we're in receipt of in our packet today are targeted at item 3 on the agenda, which is a presentation by DWR on the Delta Conveyance Project. So I'm not sure that we've been hearing a lot of confusion about our ecosystem amendment being affiliated with the project.
Okay.
But I'll defer to Jeff.
I would confirm that.
Yeah. Okay.
There has not been a conflation, if you
Okay.
will, of the ecosystem amendment with the Delta.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I was just concerned after I looked quickly, and
Yeah,
maybe not on this item, but yeah.
But you are correct in summarizing that, part of the challenge of this with the program EIR is what we're doing with the Delta plan is setting out objectives, if you will, for what restoration projects should
Exactly.
achieve, and in some part requirements for some aspects of restoration projects that meet certain conditions,
Exactly.
but not proposing any specific project of any specific size at any specific place.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councilmember Maranian. Yes, Councilmember Natoli.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of different things I wanted to ask about, but first I want to compliment certainly our staff and all those who've contributed to the work effort, because obviously it's been a major undertaking, and I certainly believe that the public outreach effort and the work that's gone into discussing certainly with interested parties, but also making sure that people have an awareness over a period of time, because again, this is something that obviously has taken a number of years to get to the point that's before this council this morning. So again, compliments to all the folks for your contributions and leadership in that regard. I wanted to ask about a couple of things, and on certainly behalf of the Delta Protection Commission, and I know we've had the opportunity to weigh in over time, and certainly corresponded in writing back in November when the comment period was open. And so first I wanted to ask about, as it relates to core strategy 2 and the good neighbor checklist that is referenced in one of the appendices. I guess I need to understand the mechanics of how that would be implemented. It's not coming forward as proposed regulation, is coming forward as a recommended aspect, I guess, of project development. And what piqued my interest in particular was, I think the references in the proposed changes to the tribal consultations, where folks had asked to be brought into the process early in the design phase of projects so that their concerns and comments can be taken into account. long before you get to an environmental review stage, or certainly to publishing a document, which is much further down the line. I would guess I would just say that my take on the good neighbor policy would be that, incorporating again into design the aspects of impacts to agricultural lands, to other cultural resources, certainly to communities of interest in the Delta. All those things being taken into account early in the process are very important as well. But yet, the good neighbor policy comes as a recommendation versus the discussion about the tribal consultation and early design commentary. So I guess for Jeff and for Harriet, I think it would be very important for today's discussion, certainly for this member on behalf of the commission, and some of the concerns that have been expressed over time relative to economic sustainability, to the impacts to retirement of farmlands and loss of agricultural production, what it means to not just the Delta economy, but to a way of life, and certainly in the chapter is covered in Delta as a place. So if you could take a couple of moments and maybe dive a little deeper as to how the good neighbor policy would be attached as a recommendation to the project proponents, and how that then would be taken into consideration going forward. Because again, a recommendation is not a requirement, and I get that it may be difficult to enforce, and certainly staff's been good in providing some briefing to me about how that might work. But I think it's important for today's purposes. And I don't know if there's a way to actually, it's buried in the appendices, but is there a way to actually project that to call that up so we can show what that checklist looks like? And if not, again, that's not critical to my question, but it might be helpful. Again, I reference it in my question, but
if we could take just a brief moment, I'd like to consult with staff about the ability to get that
okay.
checklist up.
Yes, while they're
Yeah, go ahead.
regrouping, how about we take some additional questions?
Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
I apologize if this puts you in a spot where you might have to seek further information, but our director may be able to address this. With respect to next steps and rulemaking, would I be correct in assuming that we would rely heavily on our internal counsel in that process?
Yes, both internal counsel and the team we've assembled to advise us legally
Okay.
on that matter.
I mean, I would say my concern as a board member then is that, we have been very short-staffed in that area, and respective to wanting to ensure that particularly rulemaking is undertaken with the utmost care. Is there anything we can be doing as a board to ensure that we fully staff those positions and that we're prepared to undertake this with the best possible team in place?
Yes, we are pursuing our general counsel vacancy, working with the governor's office on that. So I would appreciate any support we have on moving that forward quickly. I've been told that it will be moved forward quickly, which we would appreciate. We've been down for almost a year and a half without someone in that position. My sincere thanks to Vera Bezdacek, who has stepped up and been acting that position, has done a terrific job, and also to Megan Wilson, who has supported her. We are fortunate that we have the support of the Attorney General's office. We also have outside counsel, and in this case, we have the support of a consulting team to help us with some of the aspects of rulemaking. So it may not go as quickly as maybe it otherwise could, but I'm very confident that it will be done well and that we're staffed up there. Thank you.
Any additional questions, or are we prepared to?
Well, I can certainly respond to Supervisor Natoli's questions. It may be a separate matter as to whether we can get the checklist
Okay.
projected.
And that wasn't critical. I
But we are
appreciate
working
staff.
on that.
Okay, absolutely. We can definitely do a follow-up.
Okay,
yes.
just by way of clarity, the Good Neighbor Checklist is a statement of a number of activities that cross various different aspects of Delta as place: transportation, land use, agriculture, cultural resources, and recreation and the like, that historically had been developed by the Department of Water Resources to be used by predominantly the department in the execution of restoration projects, to identify steps that could be taken to minimize the impacts of those restoration projects, both in construction and operation, on surrounding uses in Delta as place considerations. As part of this effort to update the ecosystem amendment, a group comprising reclamation districts, the Department of Water Resources, the Delta Protection Commission, and a number of agricultural interests and water districts got together and collaboratively worked on updates to that checklist to reflect current best practices, to identify and I think respond to evolving and existing considerations that should be taken into account in that aspect. But what it remains as in the context of the Delta Plan is a recommendation that restoration projects should employ the Good Neighbor checklist in the planning stages of restoration projects as they move forward. Supervisor Natoli is correct. It's proposed as a recommendation, which is not a regulatory requirement upon individual projects. I would state, however, that there are roughly 14 or so mitigation measures in the areas of agricultural resource protection, land use compatibility, and roadway impacts. That's another consideration, is trucking and roadway impacts associated with these projects, for example. There are a number of mitigation measures that are proposed in the draft environmental impact report, which would apply to covered actions that accomplish some, but not necessarily all of the objectives of the Good Neighbor checklist. We do have some concern over the enforceability, if you will, of that checklist, if it's made a mitigation measure or a regulation that would apply to covered actions, as some but not all of those components are under the jurisdiction of the council, whereas others are under other agencies' jurisdictions. So the proposal that is before the council as part of the ecosystem amendment today incorporates the updated checklist, but as a recommendation, and it is presented as an attachment to the Delta Plan ecosystem amendment. So it's an attachment to Chapter 4. It is our hope and intention that that checklist, because it was developed jointly by the various different parties that would both be implementing those projects and those most affected by those projects, would be seen as a collaborative tool, something that was jointly developed that could be jointly implemented without necessarily the force of regulation. And that's the proposal that's before the council today as part of the amendment, is as a recommendation.
Madam Chair, if I could then, so Jeff, I appreciate the explanation, certainly consistent with previous discussion with you and staff. So how would, I'm trying to get some understanding, so how would it be incorporated into that process in the sense that if we didn't make it a regulation or mitigation measure, could there be language that it's strongly advised, strongly encouraged? I mean, again, the language that not only references the Good Neighbor checklist, but that as part of a covered action, that, you know, you'd be well advised to, you know, incorporate that as a part of your project going forward, and, you know, not just tag it on to the tail end of an environmental review that, again, tears off of this programmatic environmental document. So they're going to use this as the backdrop for their projects. And so, yes, again, I'm not asking this as a legal question, but just, is there a way for practically so that it, you know, maybe elevates it in the text, but also elevates it in the sense of, you know, this is desirable, and they can choose, I guess, ultimately, if it's only a recommendation, to use it or not. But I think, you know, to offer that as, you know, some of the text, so folks are, you know, paying attention to the plan and certainly working off of this environmental document, that they would understand going forward. Because again, this is going to have periodic updates, but this has goals that could take us well out to the end, nearly to the end of the century, as it relates to, you know, the lands that are anticipated to be restored potentially, and then all the impacts will be weighed going forward using, I assume, adaptive management, good science, and other best practices. So is there a way, again, maybe this is for Jessica too, that to, you know, elevate that in this document at least to the point that it doesn't get buried, as an attachment. I just want buried only in the sense that there's a lot of material here, and agencies will have to pour through this and certainly trying to comply with the Delta plan requirements. So,
And I might ask staff for some
Yeah.
support just on the precise wording of the the recommendation associated with the Good Neighbor checklist. I'd like maybe for the benefit of the members to be able to outline the precise wording so that we can determine whether Supervisor, you feel that the wording is adequate to
Okay.
elevate the importance or address the importance of the checklist. Also ask for staff if we can possibly verify, but I believe we have an administrative performance measure that also will track the application of, not necessarily perhaps the application directly of the checklist, but the outcomes of that.
And that's what's important, Jeff. I was just going to say, the checklist is a document that people can either check the box or not, but it's actually, to your point, how you perform and how you integrate those things into any project design and managing that over time. So
Yeah, it is certainly our intention, and I believe backed up by proposed performance measures, to keep track of this,
Measure.
if you will. I mean, keep track of this and understand, how well are again, less about checking the boxes, but more about the outcomes associated with the various items on the Good Neighbor checklist, and to use our performance measures process to track, to report, and to then adaptively manage those considerations going forward.
So this is the language that's up. I mean, it's still kind of difficult to see. I appreciate staff pulling it up, but maybe you could run through that, if it's okay, so I can get understanding. Maybe there's some tweaks to this that would, I think further stress the importance of this element. So.
Absolutely. And before we do that, I just want to absolutely acknowledge your comments, Councilmember Natoli. What I'm seeing here is it's an opportunity for us to prioritize, if you will, given the context of what you just shared. There's a real opportunity here to work collaboratively, and you mentioned it. It's a collaborative tool. But I think how I'm interpreting more from Councilmember Natoli is, how do we give it strength? How do we give it some teeth so that, again, it's not just language that is lost, but truly has the ability to give us, again, the strength, if you will, to make sure that we do have the best outcomes possible. And as I look at even just the one example where we are now consulting with the tribal communities, right? And where they said, yes, consult with us, but not down the road. We want to be part of these discussions early on in the process. Again, that's where we have strength, if you will, as we start to develop, again, those priorities early on in this discussion. So I think I'm hearing correctly. So yes, please proceed.
And if I could add a little bit of context to that too, I think that's why it's so important to view this amendment in the context of the overall Delta plan and all of its regulations, because we do have regulations in the Delta's Place chapter that do exactly that. I mean, that's what we saw with the Lookout Slough project, right? Is there's debate and analysis of, was consultation adequate with local communities, and were impacts on local communities of the project really taken seriously, and is there evidence for that? Also, we do incorporate recommendations as we pursue early consultation on projects. They are part of our early consultation letters, and they are part of our early consultation discussions too. So I did want to mention that they're not by the wayside, compared to regulations, that they are a part of the overall discussion.
Absolutely. And also wanted to add, if you will, to Councilmember Smith's comments with regard to, ensuring that we have a well-defined process and language in place, ensuring that we do have a legal team. Again, given that we have not had a general counsel for such a long time, ensuring again that we meet that benchmark soon, so that again, we're able to support all of you, your efforts and all of your great work. So moving forward.
Okay, I just wanted to point you to Appendix A of the final EIR, which is basically the proposed ecosystem amendment. And on page 84 of the PDF, there's a new ER recommendation B, use good neighbor checklist to coordinate restoration with adjacent uses. And the language is should. So restoration projects should use the good neighbor checklist in the planning and design of restoration projects in order to avoid or reduce conflicts with existing uses. And then in Appendix Q2 of the ecosystem amendment, the good neighbor checklist, there's language in there as well that was up on the screen. And let's see, it says some of the checklist items are also considered in CEQA and regulatory review processes. And the purpose of this checklist is to encourage early conversations and coordination with neighboring interests, and it does not substitute for any other process. So those are the two, I think that's what you're getting at, right?
Yeah, I am, Harriet. And so if I look at, I guess, the paragraph above though, it says can, you read should, which is much more of an imperative if you use the should or
Yeah, the recommendation says should.
it does. Okay.
I'll make a motion if,
I have a question.
I also want to check with Daniel.
Yes, absolutely.
My question is, we had a remarkable event at the end of our tour of the Delta. At the very end, we had a meeting with the folks in Stockton. Are either of you there?
Yes.
Okay, you're all there. And I recognize that this may be a little in left field, but on the other hand, these are human beings that live, I guess they live off the water and near the water and so forth. Where do they fit into your components? Because I don't see any of their reference to those kind of people who could be affected by the idea of an eco amendment that is very sweeping and has very good solid attributes. But where do they fit into this this mix, as it were? I'm just curious about what is the idea behind their inclusion or exclusion of some kind.
Well, we did have a number of public hearings that any member of the public could comment on the
But did
EIR.
they show up, or do you know if they did?
Yeah, so one community-based organization, the one that we heard from, in fact, in Stockton at the last council meeting, did comment and provide a very lengthy letter and was, I believed, involved in the ecosystem amendment itself, but also provided a comment letter on the draft EIR that we responded to. Dan, do you recall exactly what it was related to cultural resources, correct? Oh, you have it. Sorry.
Where do they fit in? I guess my question is into the grand scheme here that dealing with the eco amendment.
So maybe if I can answer the first part of your question, and then I could
Not
try and, can you hear me okay? Address the second
mask
part
off, let me hear it. That's better.
in a moment. There we go. So you were asking, or Harriet mentioned the comment, there was a lengthy comment provided, and a lot of that was about the description, the narrative of how we describe the Delta, the human history, the tribal history, and more recent and not just history, what is actually going on now, who lives there. Most of that was around the description, not around regulatory policies themselves. You also asked about how people fit into this. There's a couple parts to that. One is taking a big picture look at the co-equal goals in the Delta Plan. So this part, we're focused on the ecosystem. There are other regulatory policies, and there are many other components that address that. However, within this amendment and within the PAR, it is also looking at related factors, and there's some mitigation measures that are related to a number of factors. Again, not all ecosystem, but looking at Delta's place, looking at things like the Good Neighbor Checklist that do affect people. And I'd also highlight under the one entirely new policy, ERPA, One of the items that it looks at trying to track is benefits, social consideration. So access to green space. If something's going in, does it benefit a local community and how does it do that? So it's tracking that.
Does that answer your question, Judge?
Well, I mean, it's not entirely because I like to know where they fit in this, in the grand scheme here of the ICWA amendment, because I think they're part of the language here, but I don't see them mentioned in any direct fashion, you know, whether they're in Sacramento, West Sacramento, Stockton. They're folks that live on the water, and they may be the most important people in terms of what is addressed in the ICWA amendment. But maybe I want to take a closer look at this now that I brought this up, because I know that we're going to make a vote here, but to me, it seems very important that they be included in some fashion.
I think, Judge, what you might be referring to is the bulk of what's in our Delta's Place chapter in the Delta Plan, which is almost entirely about the people who live and work and benefit from the Delta. That has been identified as something in the council's 5-year review as a chapter that we may open up and amend in the coming, one of the next amendments. Also, I remind you that we have our environmental justice issue paper underway now. That was what spurred the conversations at our last council meeting. We are being advised by that team of environmental justice experts, and staff are working to develop some new recommendations for the council on how we can go, that next step in the Delta Plan with future amendments to make sure that we're getting that right. So, does this amendment, fully address or solve those issues? Not yet. Is it the right step in the right direction? Yes.
I was just going to say the same thing. Thank you so much, Jessica. I absolutely think that this is a step in the right direction. Much more to come, if you will. And appreciate your comments, Judge. I think, again, you raised some incredibly important points, and we are learning, have learned, and continue to learn. And that trip and that discussion with those environmental justice experts, partners, really do highlight again the significance of these kinds of conversations and why we're doing the work that we're doing. I also want to make sure that Councilmember Zingali, if you have any questions, I don't see how I can see your hand, but if you have any comments, questions, please let us know.
Thank you. Yeah, I did want to, first of all, I'm also looking forward to the that environmental justice impact report. I did want to quickly support Councilmember Smith's urgency around making sure we have the staff positions filled to continue to give the people of California the quality of work that you're seeing today. So whatever I can do or we can do to expedite that, I'm strongly in support of that. And then I did have just a process question. So if we adopt this resolution 2022-05, that includes certification of the program EIR. By adopting that resolution, we're certifying the program EIR. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. That's it for me. Thank you. And there's no public comment here at this time.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Natoli.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to return to the previous item. And certainly, I appreciate comments by Councilmember Damrell. And I wanted, though, to just go back to the language. We say should. If we use the language, something to the effect, strongly advised. Again, what I'm looking for, I guess, is to encourage, but also provide, kind of that backdrop that, should they decide not to, that from the staff's evaluation, because you're going to do a lot of the evaluation, on these items coming forward, that you have enough there that if the argument would come forward, well, you just said we should, but we decided we didn't want to. But again, if there were language there that would, from the standpoint of evaluation and future council actions as it relates to covered actions, again, I'm not trying to wordsmith this as much as I want to, I guess, provide some assurance that, applicants, whether it be, you know, a state agency or any other agency that's going to come forward with a cover to action, takes this as seriously as it's meant to be, again, because we're not using it as mitigation, we're not making it as a regulation, but we're also think, if I understand correctly, want to give the staff of the council and certainly the applicant fair warning, but also those parties that would have an interest, whoever they might be, and certainly this council at any future date, the opportunity to say, well, you didn't, you know, you made a determination that should wasn't imperative for you to have to do it. You didn't do it, but here you are before us. And staff, you know, is going to point out through your analysis, whatever that would be. I mean, and this is all looking to the future, kind of back to Maria's comments about how this is tiered off of the environmental programmatic EIR we have here today. So is there, again, I maybe Jessica, Jeff, Harriet, again, I'm not looking to wordsmith this, Madam Chair, but I do think it needs to be really clear from the get-go. And that at some future point, if someone makes a choice, because they can, how that would certainly impact the evaluation process, which again, obviously would be done at the time. So that's the last point I want to make on this. So I don't know if there's any other language. I said strongly advised, but maybe should is as good as it's going to get. I don't know. I offer those with my comments on behalf of the commission. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Natoli.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would underscore that, and I think it was in general, it was by Mr. Zangali, but I really think it's important that we have a general counsel here.
Yes.
We're kind of, operating in a vacuum, and we really need a person of quality that in that position, because we're struggling for definitions, and I'm not saying that we haven't got the right definitions, and the staff has done a remarkable job in that respect, but we do need to have follow up with Mr. Natoli, a sure grasp of the levers of power in this world, and without a general counsel, we're lacking.
Yep.
Severely lacking.
No, I appreciate that. And I want to be clear that it's not affecting this product. I mean, this product is ready to go and has
Right,
had full
right.
legal support, but I certainly would appreciate a general counsel in the future. And just, if I may, Councilmember Natoli, to your remarks, I mean, I think what I'm hearing is that what you want from the staff is these performance measures. There's never been a set of performance measures before
Yes.
for the Delta ever. And we have one of those now. We're strengthening it through the adoption of this amendment. We're tracking the Good Neighbor Checklist, which before was, purely, voluntary. It was collaborative. I mean, it was developed by the Department of Water Resources. So in part, right? And so my guess is that there's a commitment to implementing it. But you're right, the council decided not to make it a full requirement. So I think what we need to do is just make sure that we're providing frequent updates to the council, not just on all the performance measures, but particularly focused on this issue going forward.
I think from an implementation perspective as well. Again, we sort of mentioned the overlap between the checklist and roughly 14 mitigation measures. And I think from an implementation perspective, as we're looking at these restoration projects, we as a staff can certainly have a focus on the places where there is intersection between our mitigation and the Good Neighbor Checklist to ensure we're placing emphasis on that in early consultation. In those areas where we do have the backstop, if you will, of mitigation measures to enforce certain aspects of the checklist. That it's not a direct link, but there is a relationship between the issues and the outcomes associated with the mitigation.
Just one final question, and I appreciate what Councilmember Damrell said too, because I think that, oftentimes you have someone sitting with you, you can kind of look at the wording, but so I guess my point of question is, so you think there's sufficient within the languages in there, obviously this was what's in the recommended, there's sufficient strength in the guidance that gives staff, because again, I say staff is going to be you folks and your successors for, years to come. They're going to be, tasked with, doing that evaluation implementation. Is there anything beyond what's, here that would reinforce what, what certainly you and Ms. Pearson have offered relative to the linkages is there anything else we could insert here in the text that would come to mind? And if not, I'm sufficiently, I guess, comforted by what I think the way it would be handled. But again, I'm trying to empower certainly this council and staff through the appropriate processes. And this was before us here, and we have a document that we're being asked to certify. If there's anything else that we could add, again, it might be advisory in the sense that it doesn't have the rule of enforce of a regulation or a mitigation measure, but certainly makes it really clear from the get-go that the ties have been alluded to here and how performance measures are going to be looked at, and that early consultation and work with folks at the various levels. And I think you further elaborate on Judge Dameral's point, with other groups as well. It's not just farmers or recreationists or such. It's a wide and probably growing spectrum of folks that have an interest in this and will have, and certainly in seeing the Delta thrive, and certainly what this what the overall amendment which hopes to accomplish relative to restoration projects. So again, I guess my question, Jeff and Harriet, or just
I think I had something I wanted to add,
I'm sorry.
if possible. I think what would be more important is, for me, is like not only how much more wording we put in this language, but how the strength of our measurability or evaluation or our jurisdiction over, measuring this. And if you could shed some light on that, is it there? To what extent it's there? Because no matter how much language we put in this, if we don't have that thing to come back and,
Right.
Really check on it and direct,
The
it's still
outcomes,
not gonna happen.
absolutely. Yes, great point, Maria. Yes, Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I think that the conundrum always in policy like this is the differences between should, shall,
Right.
may, and must. And are we prescriptive or, or not? And I think in this case, given what our director pointed out, that we have, chapter 4, which clearly stipulates this. But to Member Natoli's point, I think for us, clearly our priority as a board here is to say, we really want this matter raised to a higher level of observance by everyone involved in future projects that are going to be guided by this amendment. And so perhaps could we entertain the idea of saying must, consistent with the requirements of chapter 4? That makes it very clear. This isn't should, this isn't a suggestion. This is, we're referencing you back to our chapter 4 priorities to ensure that those are covered.
So I think the council, in May 2020 wrestled with that decision and did determine that they wanted to make the checklist not mandatory, not make it a regulatory prescription of the Delta plan for the reasons that Jeff alluded to. I'm not sure that must would clarify anything. I think if the council wants to pursue this as a regulation, it should be shall, and we should do it as a regulation, but we would need to do that through a proper process. I'm comfortable with the language should. I think what makes this stronger than a normal recommendation in the Delta plan is what Jeff pointed out, which is elements of the checklist have been lifted and put into our required mitigation measures for the Delta plan, which are regulatory. So it is the closest thing we have to a hybrid recommendation regulation. So my recommendation is that we leave it at should, but of course that's up to the discretion of the council.
Any other questions, comments? If not, we're going to move on to public comment before we take a.
Chairman Dueño,
Yes.
if I may, I just wanted to add
Absolutely.
to highlight, in addition to the mitigation measures, related mitigation measures, we do have an administrative performance measure that I think gets to Councilmember Natoli's question. I could just read that here.
That would be
if you
wonderful.
please.
Thank you. Yes.
So this is performance measure, proposed performance measure ERRB1. And this reads 100% of proposed actions that include ecosystem protection, enhancement, or restoration use the good neighbor checklist to avoid or reduce conflicts with existing uses. So it's setting that target of 100% and that we would track that over time to see how this actually is implemented.
Great.
So what that would afford the council over time is establishing that as a target of 100% compliance, and then understanding project by project how well we're doing there. So we can get a sense, Councilmember Natoli, of are we getting 85%? Are we getting 90%? Are we getting 95% compliance? Is everyone complying? We'll at least know.
Yeah.
For example,
Mhm.
how
But
well
no
it's-
recourse.
The performance measures are not enforceable regulations, no.
But the mitigation measures
The
are.
mitigation measures.
And when you combine that with the requirements in DPP2, then I'm comfortable where we are.
Mhm.
Okay. Yes, we'll move on to public comment on this item. Beck, are there any public comments?
There are, Madam Vice Chair. We have Louise Molina.
Okay.
Louise, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes, Luis Molina, Patterson, California. On this particular matter, I just wanted to say that the staff and the content experts, I think, have laid out everything that the council members need to have, either currently and prior on the agenda item. And when there are performance measures, there's a level of accountability. And if council members would look at that level of accountability, they could strongly look at the public and let them know that there is a level of accountability when it comes to this particular project and the public dollars that are spent. And so, with all due respect, I think that the comments that the supervisor from Sacramento meant and has made, I believe that they're very premature, uneducated, and concerning, because the content experts have laid out what should be done for the council members and the entity organization as a whole to be held accountable and provide the public with good outcomes. And with that, I'm complete.
Thank you, Luis, for your comments. Beck, other public comments?
No other public comments.
Right. Thank you. Councilmember Zingali, are there any public comments from where you're sitting?
No public comments at this time. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, we will bring this back to the council for motion
Yeah.
to move forward.
I'll make a motion to approve the final program environmental impact report for the revised chapter 4 of the Delta Plan. If there is any amendment, we would say as amended. If there isn't, if there's any word change there, if it's not, I'll just go with the way it is, the motion.
Okay.
Madam Vice Chair,
Yes.
for clarity's sake, if I could, it may be helpful to summarize the staff recommendation.
Why don't we do that? Yes, please. And then we'll
Yeah,
enter
then we'll
it
know
proper
exactly
into
how
the
the
motion.
wording is.
Okay.
So could we have I think it's the second to the last slide of the PowerPoint placed back on the screen. There we are.
There we go.
Okay, so the staff recommendation to the council today is to adopt a resolution. And that resolution accomplishes a number of actions, among them certifying the environmental impact report, adopting the findings in the statement of overriding considerations, adopting and incorporating into the Delta Plan the ecosystem amendment inclusive of the Chapter 4 narrative, and the new and revised mitigation measures identified in the draft and final EIR. It would adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program as described in the resolution, direct and authorize the executive officer or her delegee to initiate rulemaking for the new and revised policies and mitigation measures, direct the executive officer or her delegee to make any non-substantive changes as necessary to finalize the documents, and direct the executive officer or her delegee to exercise discretion to make changes required by the OAL in line with the Administrative Procedures Act. And if any such changes are made, we would come back and inform the council of those changes.
Yeah,
So
that's
that is
fine.
the staff recommendation.
Yeah, we'll
Very
amend
good.
the motion to do that. I mean,
Oh, Okay, so we now have a motion by Councilmember Maranian to approve Resolution 2022-05 as just read by our staff member, Deputy Executive Officer Jeff Henderson. Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Vice Chair?
Yes.
This is Vera Bezdicek. I just want to clarify that Mr. Henderson summarized the resolution, but he did not read it directly.
Thank you, Vera. Point of clarification. Yes, Mr. Henderson summarized the resolution 2022-05 into the record. We now have a second by Councilmember Smith. Beck, will you help us with a roll call?
Gamble, aye.
Councilmember Natoli,
Natoli, aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Smith, aye.
Marani and I.
Madueño, aye. Motion passes unanimously. We will now move on to,
You get Zingali?
Zingali.
Zingali.
oh, I'm so sorry, Daniel, Councilmember Zingali.
That's okay. Zingali, aye.
Thank you, Daniel. I need to see your face on the monitor.
I know, out of sight, out of mind.
No, not at all. Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 8, and this is the Delta Independent Science Board update. And for that, we have Dr. Jay Lund, who is the immediate past chair of the Delta Independent Science Board. Dr. Lund,
Maybe while they're coming to the table, I'll do a brief introduction as well. So
that would be great.
we're happy here to welcome back Delta Independent Science Board members, Dr. Jay Lund and Dr. Thomas Holzer. They're going to give us an update on current ISB activities. We're lucky to hear from the ISB 2 meetings in a row. Specifically, they're here to talk about their recent release of a review of water supply reliability estimation related to the Delta. Welcome.
Welcome to, again, Dr. Lund, Dr. Holzer.
Thank you very much for having us. We've been toiling several months on preparing several of these reviews that were delayed for quite some time due to the administrative glitch. The title of this is Smarter Gambling with Water, because much of what we're doing with the Delta is inherently risky. We don't really know what the next year's hydrology is going to be. We don't know what the next decade's hydrology is going to be exactly. We don't know whether particular actions of any sort, be they ecosystem restoration actions or others, are going to behave exactly as we would hope, or as people have promised us even. Because this Delta is a very complex place, subject to a lot of variability. So if I had the next slide, please. The Delta Independent Science Board is required under the law, under our mission statement, under our enabling legislation, to provide some oversight and assessment of all the different aspects of Delta science actually every 4 years. So you should be hearing from us much more frequently probably than you are. My apologies. Next slide, please. This is the first in 10 years of the board's existence when we've actually done a review of one of the 2 co-equal goals, water supply reliability. Almost all of the others have been on other goals. This is the first, being the first review of Delta water supply reliability in general. We've focused a little bit on the methods. I would like there to be future assessments of water supply reliability and the science behind it, but this one's going to be a little bit more methodological. The review also has some things I think are of practical importance. We'll mention a few of them later, but I want to say that this is not the last word on Delta water supply reliability, but it's maybe one of the first ones. Next slide, please. I want to focus a little bit on the nature of gambling in the Delta, particularly for water management and water supply. This map here is a map of the variability of annual precipitation divided by its average. It's Statistically, it's called the coefficient of variation. It's the standard deviation divided by the mean. Looking at that ratio of variability to average, you can see that where I was born back east is very boring. Each year is mostly like the next. Relative to the average, is not a lot of variability. Go to the west. Get to California. What do you notice? California is weird. Not only in the hydrology, in several ways, but it's certainly the most variable place in the state, in the country, really. What I tell people about this map, which I really like, is California has more flood years and drought years per average year than any other part of the country. This is very important for federal people, federal officials to understand. It's very important for how we govern and how we manage water. It has implications for water law, implications for water management, implications for water projects, implications for restoration projects, implications for our expectations of the delta as place. This variability is inherent in California's climate. The climate change projections show that this characteristic of California's hydrology and California's climate is going to become even more variable. So we're gambling here in much of what we do. Felicia Marcus, former chair of the State Water Resources Control Board, used this gambling analogy in an interview some weeks ago. And when I first saw it, I thought, yeah, it's not really gambling. Because gambling implies some kind of recklessness. You know, you go to the casino and you know you're behaving recklessly most of the time. Why I don't go there. But we find ourselves in a situation managing the delta, managing water supply in particular in California, where we're forced to gamble. We have to do that. Now, this is not the only part of life where we have to do that, but certainly here. What do you do when you're forced to gamble? Well, you're interested in the odds. And so water managers in California, certainly of the bigger systems, are always interested in what's the odds that it's going to be wet? What's the odds it's going to be dry? How are those odds likely to change with climate change and the like? We're also interested in, beyond just calculating for the odds, we're interested in how bad could it actually get? So we want to be prepared not only to play the odds, but we got to be prepared for, what if things are worse than what the odds say? You know, are there credible scenarios that we need to concern ourselves with that are worse than what the odds say? To do all of this for the very complex water system that we're all dealing with, we want the numbers. You should want the numbers. You shouldn't always believe the numbers entirely, because different people will do numbers different ways, just like calculations for your retirement accounts, right? Very common problem, risks. We have it in water, we do the numbers, the quantification is important. And there's not really just one way to do it, but there are reasonable and unreasonable ways to do it. Another aspect of dealing with this variability and these risks in water supply is the actions that we take. Let's have the next slide, please. Have the next slide, please. Thank you. People that manage water in California, if you have a big water system in particular, you don't do just one thing. You do a bunch of things. We call this a portfolio approach. So we have surface water, groundwater, some conjunctive management of surface water and groundwater where we take wet year water and we hide it underground someplace or in some reservoir. We manage demands. We have water conservation, permanent water conservation. We have episodic water conservation during droughts, but not other times. We have treatment. We have water markets. We have water reuse, all those kinds of things in this table. And then because these systems are very complex and they involve the delta and they involve a lot of different parties, a lot of different neighbors, so to speak, that have to get along in order for the system to function reasonably, you need to have some incentives to get everybody to cooperate. And so part of the portfolio is, how do you induce everybody to get along and work. You don't get along perfectly, that will never happen, but get along well enough so that you can move forward and perform fairly well for the kind of purposes that we have in mind, both the human purposes and the ecosystem purposes. So let's move to the next slide. Back since 1914, there was an idea of water supply reliability, where you would actually try to do the numbers on all of this, try to come up with probabilities and quantify reliability. This idea became fairly mainstream in parts of California water starting in the 1980s. And so you'll see the State Department of Water Resources has the biannual water supply reliability assessment or water supply capabilities assessment, which gives you probabilities of distributions of how much water you're going to get from the State Water Project and from the Central Valley Project. And that's really a very interesting and useful document over time. However, when you move to this integrated portfolio of activities where you're not just interested in the water supply or one water supply, you're interested in several water supplies, how well they do, how reliable they are, and how well that you can match those with all the water conservation and the water trading and the water cooperation agreements you have with your neighbors, that you're interested in the system performance reliability more than the reliability of a single supply. And for the Delta, this is vitally important because most people, most uses that are using Delta water are also using other water sources, and they can also manage their demands. And they can also buy and sell water. So how that all works together is pretty important. And that's how I think some of the most advanced systems in the state view this problem, performance reliability rather than source reliability only. Source reliability is part of performance reliability, but we really want to see how well does the system perform for the purposes we have in mind. Why are we doing this? It's not water for water's sake. It's water for public health, economic purposes, ecological purposes, and social purposes. So next slide, please. Three major categories of findings here. Water supply reliability and its estimation really serves human and ecosystem success in this highly managed system that will always be highly managed. And we're going to have to make improvements for changes that are going on in the system in terms of climate, changes in the ecosystems, changes in regulations, changes in water demands, and the kinds of extreme events that we want to be prepared for. Water supply reliability analysis requires managing a lot of different risks, not just climate. We have changes in ecosystems that affect things. We have mechanical things that can go wrong. We can have floods that can collapse levees, that can change the water quality in the Delta, lots of different things. So we want to be able to use this kind of analysis to help us integrate diverse activities, again, this portfolio idea, and to look at both a probabilistic playing the odds kinds of analysis, but also preparing ourselves for surprises even, and extreme scenarios. An important part of water supply reliability is not just the analysis, it's the decision-making. So it's not just the pointy heads with the calculators like me, but it's the decision makers and how prepared they are to absorb and use that kind of information in their deliberations. And so one of the difficulties, I think, is to try to cross this sort of cultural and contextual gap between the people that do the numbers and the people that need the insights from the numbers, which I think are you as examples. Next slide, please. We have some recommendations that I'll try not to read, but basically we suggest moving in practice from pure reliance in some cases on source reliability studies to performance reliability studies. Metropolitan Water District, San Diego, many other of the big urban agencies have been moving in this direction for quite some time. And I think certainly in terms of ecosystems, we need to adopt that kind of performance reliability kind of analysis. The assessments that we have of water supply reliability are not, should expand from being focused only on urban and agricultural water supply reliability. They need to also look at ecosystem reliability and performance reliability and water supply for that purpose. All of these would be aided by more formal quality control documentation, which might sometimes even be required by a body such as this. A common state water accounting system. We now have different bodies doing different analyses with different data. Nobody else can understand it because these are all fairly complex things. It would help if we were using the same kinds of numbers. This is always a moving target. The system here is always changing. The models always need to change. As we update these models, we need to have more common efforts to have the different state agencies in particular, but I think also the federal and other folks get together on having more common data sets and more common modeling that will achieve more wider variety of purposes. So we don't have to do an analysis, rerun it with 5 different agencies, 5 different consulting firms, 5 different contracting time delays. And then you get results perhaps, and you think, okay, I have 5 different answers. Like they say, a person with has one watch knows what time it is. A person that has 2 watches isn't sure. Okay, next slide, please. There's some research I think that needs to be done, like with all changing problems, where in particular, we need to more firmly integrate ecological and environmental performance into water supply assessments. We're making very expensive decisions. Some of them might not work. Many of them might not work. We need to have some assessments of how often they're likely to work and what the risks are so we can better manage them, better prepare for contingencies when things don't go the way we'd hope. Our estimations should look at not just climate changes, but several other kinds of uncertainties that we look at. And even in climate changes, the report lays out several different areas where we have uncertainty in doing those kinds of calculations and estimations. And then finally, we have a lot of staff people that do this, a lot of consulting firms that do this, and certainly the staff, the council and to the other agencies need to have some kind of educational background in this so that you can be assured that there's been, just like you want to have good legal counsel to go through the legal aspects of these things, you would want some kind of technical experts that can help you understand has the water supply reliability, not only for traditional water supply, but also for environmental water supply, also gotten the kind of scrutiny and been done the kind of understandable and reliable insights that you kind of need for your decision making. We can go next slide real quickly. Challenges. I think by this point you're probably pretty aware of all the challenges we're mentioning. Lots of changes in the system. Ecological performance is something we really need to work on. Communications and getting insights from these fairly elaborate kinds of calculations to being insightful for your judgments, I think are important. And hopefully have in the end analyses and discussions on your side that help us play the odds better for these changing difficult problems and prepare for the extremes and for the surprises that we're going to see. And we have some advice in the report on how do you prepare for surprises. A surprise is a scenario you didn't expect. And coming out of the pandemic, I think we're all aware just how big these surprises can be and how important they are to prepare for. And then the last slide is just to be perhaps a little bit provocative in a sense. There are implications of this for, I think, every state agency and every water user and local agency as well. And so here are sort of 3 example implications, perhaps for the Stewardship Council. Stewardship Council might consider including in the Delta Plan an element that is on the management of extremes, particularly drought. Droughts are when we tend to lose species. Droughts tend to be when we see the big water supply costs. Well, water quality implications. Maybe we should you all should think about how that kind of an element might be crafted and integrated in the Delta plan. Because ultimately that's where the rubber meets the road in a lot of cases with all this variability we see. Perhaps, as in some cases, you might want to consider requiring or shoulding a water supply reliability impacts statement as part of your consistency evaluations under the Delta plan, covered actions. And perhaps you might consider having this agency take some lead in instigating some collaboration among the agencies, sort of as envisioned for the science program and under the legislation, to develop more common formal methods for water supply reliability estimation. So my colleague, Tom Holzer, have anything to add?
You know, I would just reinforce Jay's metaphor about gambling, that it's important to realize that nature is random. Yeah. And what we're talking about here is the tools for including that in decision making. And you can well imagine then these models become complex in a hurry. And so that there are assumptions hidden in it that become barriers to communicating it, because you get output from one of these models, but it should only be looked at as guidance, not as a definitive prediction of what the future holds. So this is a very important issue for the Delta, and one that, at least from the Delta Stewardship Council's perspective, we haven't focused on very much, this reliability issue.
I should note that Tom Holzer's background is in earthquake estimations. So we have lots of different risks for the Delta and for all of our.
Yeah, and we can list more extreme events for the Delta.
Yeah.
What we saw with the pandemic illustrates how people tend to live in a world that's pretty well constrained, but these extreme events come along and have tremendous impacts on the systems, and droughts, earthquakes fall in those categories. And then there's sort of longer term ones like sea level rise that are going to drastically change the Delta over decades and centuries. And we just have to be aware that that's reality. That's part of that randomness in nature.
Indeed, we often neglect the positive implications that come out of these extreme events. They motivate us, they get our attention, they provide the political will, attention to make improvements. So if you look at the history of California water, of the Delta, of earthquakes, big improvements tend to come out of the failures and the shortcomings that these extreme events highlight.
Well, I can tell you, I so appreciate your analysis of gambling, and we are gambling. I'm not a gambler. I mean, I have heart palpitations when I put $40 on the roulette, and that's the extent of my gambling. But you raise some incredibly important insight and information, but I'm going to open it up to my colleagues for questions that they may have. And I'll start with Councilmember Maronian.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I think it has a very good insight to the issue. As you know, in Southern California, we're really dealing hard and heavy. And as a practitioner, I'm kind of part of that all the time. The idea of supply reliability versus system performance reliability. It seems to me that we came to get that through the whole vision of one water, which we all talk about in the South right now.
Right.
That there is no dirty water, clean water.
Right.
All water is precious. There is one water. And the whole idea of how we connect all the sources, as you said, all the water sellers, the groundwater, the surface water, the rainwater, maybe desal, maybe not. I mean, all that, which becomes the system, right?
Mm-hmm.
As you said, and the performance of that. So I just wanted to hear your idea and your thoughts about one water, because that also is a little bit right now in experimental phase, because in one water model, we make a lot of assumptions and we do a model that if we can connect this and that, and there is the element of gambling, although I think it's a stronger and better model than supply reliability, because that's so linear and has no other dimensions. while this one is a model with a lot of, changing variables all the time. Yet, I am not sure that after we do a very good one water project and vision down south, we are going to achieve, and I want to give you a few examples. For example, we have like a beer company that has done a lot of put a recycling facility on their site, and then they do water conservation. But then the reality is that now they don't have enough discharge. So their discharge quality is very bad. So after doing all these great things, now they're being penalized by the water board for the bad water quality. So number one, see, I mean, how these models might not at all work. Or, there's so many examples of this kind of, or, as you said, the decision makers versus the thinkers who really know like there is this thing by a political or a decision maker that says, from year 2035, there is going to be zero discharge in the ocean. And then when you talk to the scientists and all, they go, it's impossible, you can't. So there's all this investment in redoing Hyperion, this big model of how we're going to do zero discharge, yet it's not even sure. So it's lack of that connection. So I want to hear your thoughts about when we know more about system performance reliability, it gets even more gambling and even harder. And also if you could comment on your thoughts on one water and how good you think it's going to work.
I want to make sure you all have time for lunch. We are always gambling in this business, whether we realize it or not. There are a lot of assertions that people make about if we do this, it'll solve the problem. Good performance analysis, good water supply reliability analysis should keep us from becoming hostages to our hopes. We have well-intentioned hopes in many of these areas of water management, ecosystem management, but we rely on this kind of analysis, imperfect as it always will be, to help sober us up on a lot of occasions. Now, we're always stuck a little bit between the rhetoric you need to get something passed and the reality you need to make something work. Mm-hmm. And you got to make it something pass in order to make something work, but you got to make it work too in the end. So this kind of analysis, I think, is really important for keeping our discussions more realistic, but still hopeful, but not excessively hopeful. In terms of one water, I think it's really a nice direction. People talk about the all of the above approach, which I think is sort of one water, another phrase that's often used. And I largely agree with it, but I'm also a little skeptical in the sense that California is a big, diverse place. We're going to do a lot of different things. A lot of different things work better in some places than others at different times in the wet years versus dry years than others. I don't think we're going to do all of the above everywhere at all times, because that would be not very useful, very expensive, and not appropriate. So some of the one water discussions that tend to be, oh, we're going to do everything everywhere all the time. I'm a little skeptical of that. But we're going to do a lot of different things, and we're going to need to integrate them. And what we're proposing here is we should be doing the kinds of analysis that'll help us develop that blend that makes sense for the human and ecosystem objectives that we have in mind, that you all have to balance.
Absolutely. Yes, Councilmember Smith.
I really appreciate this presentation. As they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words, and just your opening graphic with what we look like compared with the rest of the nation, I think is pretty astounding and would help many Californians understand the position that we're in. My question goes to implications and recommendations, and in thinking about developing that common formal method for evaluating supply reliability, what would be the major components of that? And in your experience, is there any one agency or institution currently who comes closest to being able to achieve the objectives that you think would be required?
Today, we have several different groups that have models of the system, of the Central Valley Delta system. The State Department of Water Resources has, maybe 3 or 4 models because they have different divisions within there that have different models, sometimes for different purposes, sometimes just historical artifacts of different administrators. The State Water Resources Control Board has a different model. The consultants have different varieties of these other models. It kind of makes a cacophony at times. I don't think you ever want to have sort of one model, but I think it's better to have a more authoritative model that is more common across agencies, just to facilitate the conversation. When you go to your financial analyst for your retirement analysis, your taxes, you don't want to hear about it in euros or lira or rubles, or you want it all in dollars, and you want them to have done analyses with fairly consistent discount rates and things like that. That's the kind of thing that I think we should be looking at. And certainly the Department of Water Resources has the most history and nominal expertise in this area, but I think it has to broaden out. Particularly what we're managing these systems for is now our ecosystem and local impacts. And the Department of Water Resources expertise is really just the traditional water supply. And that's why the state board has developed its own model. Well, but that makes the conversation difficult. We got to now speak French and German at the same time.
Thank you.
I don't know if that helps. I mean, it's really tough because you've got different agencies and different sub-agencies within, agencies.
Any other questions? Yes,
Chair.
Councilmember Natoli, and Councilmember Zingali, I will get to you next.
I just wanted to piggyback, certainly thank Dr. Lund and Dr. Holzer. Kind of your response to Councilmember Smith's question. But so what's the likelihood in your estimation, Dr. Lund, just, getting this standardized, accounting system, and we've seen, work towards, understanding more about groundwater and certainly ties to surface water, and even to Councilmember Moranian's question, how, if it's desirable to have that, but doesn't serve all the purposes of whatever agency and or entity has certain responsibilities, how do you see, does it require legislative action, do you think? Does it require, because you referenced Colorado as being a good example. I'm not familiar with the system in Colorado, maybe other states, but I guess I'm curious to Jay and Tom on your.
What's the reliability of having reliable analyses? Across agencies.
Or likelihood of it.
The likelihood of it. There's risk in everything.
It's a gamble.
And much of my career has been that gamble. I would have to say that before 2014, before the passage of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, I would have said the probability based on my empirical banging my head against that wall was very low. Just getting people to cooperate is really hard. But the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act is going to force us to do mass balances. It's going to force us to do water balances for all the groundwater basins around, all the really interesting ones anyway. And if you're going to have to do the groundwater balance, well, groundwater and surface water are connected, so you're going to be there. And when you do that groundwater and surface water balance for the San Joaquin Valley and the Sacramento Valley and everybody place else in the state, you're going to get to the Delta, because everybody looks to the Delta when they feel they don't have enough water. So you're going to have a balance here too. And it's going to have to be consistent between the Department of Water for the SGMA agencies. Why would you have the SGMA GSA have a different water balance than what Department of Water Resources use and State Water Resources Control Board uses? Because they have to have a balance also for water rights. And then you've got to have one for whatever consistency requirement analyses that you all decide you want to see. So I think we're going to have, it's SGMA, oddly enough, it's going to creep at us from underground.
Okay.
And anything we can do to accelerate that process and make it less painful, because it's going to disrupt a lot of careers. But it's going to have to happen. It can be either really disruptive for a lot of careers for a long time, or it can be really disruptive to a lot of careers for a short time if we do it well.
No, I appreciate it. So you see a movement in that direction, obviously, probably underpinned in part by the Groundwater Sustainability Act, but other things that are, outcomes. And I guess I would just, last comment, I would just, what you said, I think certainly the Delta Water Master would play a role in that from the Delta perspective, certainly, which, obviously.
He's funding studies on on evapotranspiration studies. I think he's probably talked to you here about some studies that they've done. And there's error in all of these analyses, right? For the modeling, you'd like to have good models, but there's never going to be a perfect model. So my favorite phrase is a quote from a statistician that all models are wrong, but some are useful. Just like all analyses of your retirement accounts are wrong, but some are going to be useful. I don't know, Dr. Holzer, do you have any?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to it. Jay's point about having the different models is actually very important. So you have kind of a weird situation where you want to standardize, but the reason you want the different models is it helps you basically know what you don't know, because the range of the models is people thinking about the problem differently. But I think based on what I saw with, like, one of the important issues with earthquakes is predicting ground motion, because in the end, that's what damages buildings. And so there's been a lot of effort to get that right. And in the end, it turned out it just took leadership by an agency to, grab the bull by the horns and force the scientists to talk through that problem. At the same time, allowing freedom for different models. You want standardization, but you want the freedom to at least let the concepts tell you how broad the uncertainty is in the problem. So, who in the state can provide that leadership? As Jay pointed out, DWR is probably the biggest one, but in some ways, the Delta Stewardship Council has the most vested interest in this because of the co-equal goals. And if you're going to bring those two goals together from an ecological perspective and from a water supply reliability, you're one of the few state entities that has that assignment.
You have the unfortunate position of having a mission that covers everybody's missions.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Great point.
Yeah,
lots
thank
of
you
luck.
both.
Thank you. Councilmember Zingali.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, doctors, for being here and for your insights. And I will be interested in hearing from our staff, just reaction to a couple of those things. That last one in particular, does the council have a greater role in this goal of trying to have a common state water accounting system? And also the other recommendation that that the Delta plan have something specific about preparing for drought and other extremes. I'd like to hear just what our folks think about that now or in the future. But for you guys, I'm not sure this is a naive question. I'm still a novice in this world, but the recommendation that updated water systems should be overseen by state and federal agencies, I assume that the implication of that is there are water systems being updated without oversight by state or federal agencies now?
This is water modeling. So in the development of the new models, they've mostly been done by, well, the main model that's used is CalSim. It's now CalSim 3. CalSim 3 took, I think, more than 10 years to develop. The world, when was the last time you had a piece of software that took 10 years to get the next upgrade to? It's a good upgrade. It's some, and they had some cooperation between the Department of Water Resources and the Bureau of Reclamation. But I just don't think that kind of upgrade path with two of the major agencies, but not the state board, not you, not the other interests in the Delta, in the system, not much on ground, not so much on groundwater either, is really going to cut it in the future.
I see. So is what you're really saying there is that there needs to be more expansive or integrated oversight by state and federal agencies, more coordinated?
Yeah, I think the new modeling, the new preparation of data sets needs to have a more coherent, common technical program across the major agencies. That's a hard thing to ask of agencies,
Yeah,
but otherwise we're going to have the technical products diverge from what the real management needs are, which tend to cross the agency boundaries. And you all have it all. So it doesn't cross your boundaries. Your boundary is already big enough to include them all.
yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. Again, I just want to echo, I think that this presentation was incredibly insightful. Truly appreciate the two of you. And I might just say, you know, when you go to college, you have professors, and there are some professors you just listen and you kind of have a gloss look. I'm going to tell you that you just engaged us all, and so appreciate your wealth of information, your perspective. And it really helped for me to hear you speak more about the whole water supply modeling and accounting system. And we just can't rely on one, right? We just can't. That would be limiting us. But at the end of the day, we also need to build consensus around it. And we also need to have vision and leadership on where this needs to go, because the only thing that we can guarantee in this whole game of gambling is that Mother Nature is unpredictable. And so we need to prepare for those unvariables and for those extreme events that, quite honestly, we may or may not see in my lifetime, but they're inevitably going to happen. So again, I just want to express my sincere appreciation to the two of you. I so absolutely believe that you as a body lend so much credibility to us, to what we do. And so again, I want to publicly thank all of you, not just the two of you here, but your entire Independent Science Board members. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I wanted to echo your last comment though about the importance of science, and certainly the scientists and those that are willing to step forwards. I think to your point, but I think it underpins not only what we heard here today, but I think ongoing analysis and information that, you know, informs, you know, not just the Stewardship Council, but, you know, decision makers, as Dr. Lund said, up and down the chain. And he keeps your attention because he keeps talking about your retirement account. So and for those of us that are nearing retirement, that's important. So anyway,
We had gambling, we had beer. It was a good conversation.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, we are now going to take public comment. Becky.
Yes, we have Deidre Desjardins.
Yeah. I wanted to thank Dr. Lund and Dr. Holzer and the Independent Science Board for this incredibly important review. I think it comes at a really critical time in California water management. We're starting to see aerification in the Sierras, and we're dealing with changes in runoff that are just really a shock to the system, and particularly because MWD is dealing with both the Colorado River supply reductions potentially and significant reductions in the Delta. And the studies show that right now we're in one of the worst droughts in 1,200 years, and it really is uncertain if it's going to continue. I did want to say I wrote the Stewardship Council letters. There's $100 million that the California Senate has proposed to invest in water management science and in cross-agency coordination. And I just think this is an incredibly important investment. And I think it would be incredibly helpful for the Independent Science Board to exercise this kind of review and oversight. But there are only 10 scientists, and I think they would need additional support. And I did send you some letters pleading to please engage with the Senate. I don't know if that's still possible about the budget. I know it's under negotiation, but a small, if that does go forward, a small part of that 100 million would help fund some additional staff or support scientists for them so they could do that kind of oversight. But this is incredibly challenging, and to the extent that we messed up on water management, it's been coming out of ecosystem flows, and that's just absolutely catastrophic for the Delta. And I will say that the calcium-3 model projections were that the water agencies, the state water project agencies, were going to get 33% of their contract amounts in a 2-year drought and 22% in a 4-year drought, and they're getting 5%. So even though people should be taking these model projections with a grain of salt, they don't as much as they should. And that's created some systemic risk to the extent that those projections are wrong. So this is just a critical topic, and it's critical that decision makers understand it better. And I wanted to give so much thanks to the Independent Science Board for this really thoughtful and timely review. Thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre. Beck, any other comments?
No further public comment.
Wonderful. Councilmember Zingali, is there any public comment from where you're at?
No public comments from Humboldt right now. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, this was an information item. Again, thank you very much to the two of you. And we look forward to future updates.
We'll work on it.
Thank you.
Back to work.
Thank you. We will now move on to the consent calendar. And is there an approval of the consent calendar? And are there any public comments on the items on the consent calendar?
No, Madam Chair, no public comments.
Councilmember Zingali, I will also ask you, is there any public comment on the consent calendar from where you're at?
No, none here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Again, if there is an approval of the consent calendar for the adoption of the May 26, 2022 meeting summary as well. Is there a motion?
Don't move.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Natoli, second by Councilmember Smith. And roll call, Councilmember Damrell. Oh, do you accept? We moved. We're voting on the consent calendar.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Lee, I'm sorry, Councilmember Maronian.
Aye. Yes.
Councilmember Natoli.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Aye.
Councilmember Zingali.
Aye.
Medueno, aye. Motion passes. We will now move on to item number 10, which is the chair's report. I'll just give a quick overview on a couple of things from my perspective and then turn it over to Chris Clear, and who will give an update on the last DPIC committee preview meeting. Just want to again share a little bit of the experience I had. I was actually in this building a couple of weeks ago for the open house, and might I say that this building, as I get to see it more and see what they've put into it, how it's been created with a vision and thought, and it really does reflect again what and why we are all here. Had an opportunity to chat with Secretary Crowfoot, and we actually had a nice exchange where he introduced me to a couple of members that he was meeting with at the time. And I also had an opportunity to chat again with Senator Laird, who he probably thought I was stalking him because I waited for him to come out of the restroom for me to approach him. That's not my normal tactic, but I just thought that would be the most suitable time for me to approach him. So good exchange, a great, again, opportunity. If you haven't had an opportunity to tour the entire facilities, I truly recommend it. It was very well done. And also want to again thank our staff for all of their due diligence and amazing tour that we all had the pleasure of participating in the last month, and publicly want to apologize to Judge Damrell for him taking the brunt of the boat and getting extremely soaked. But it was a good soak, Judge. I'm just going to say it was a good soak for the right reasons. So thank you. I will now turn it over to Chris Clear, who will give us an update on the DPIC committee meeting. And Chris, thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, so my name is Chris Clyde, and I'm the executive fellow at the council. And it's really nice to be at my first council meeting. And I'm here today providing you a little update on DPIC and a preview of our upcoming meeting.
Excellent.
So this will be our second DPIC meeting of the year and the first ever DPIC hybrid meeting. And it'll be held on July 18th from 1 to 3 p.m. here at the beautiful new Natural Resources Agency building. And also on Zoom as it's hybrid. Councilmember Natoli did a tremendous job chairing the last meeting. So thank you for that. And then Delta lead scientist, Dr. Laurel Larson, will be chairing this meeting. The focus of the meeting will be on monitoring, and it's anchored by a panel led by Dr. Larson. And this will discuss activities surrounding reviews of monitoring, such as the ISB Monitoring Enterprise Review. Delta ISB Chair Steve Brandt and other members will present this Monitoring Enterprise Review. Bruce DeGenero will discuss the Collaborative Science and Adaptive Management Program, or CSAM, monitoring review efforts. And Carl Wilcox from the Department of Fish and Wildlife will present the 6-agency redesign effort that focuses on the monitoring efforts led by the Interagency Ecological Program, or the IEP. Next, Council Staff Henry DeBay and Rachel Klopfenstein will be presenting the Science Action Agenda and asking for DPIC endorsement of this plan. And lastly, the 3rd annual Delta Crosscut Budget Report will be presented by Mario Manzo from the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. This report covers the fiscal year 2020 to 2021, and it details Delta science funding across local, state, and federal agencies, and it represents a collaborative effort between multiple DPIC agencies. And so just to reiterate again, the DPIC meeting will be on Monday, July 18th from 1 to 3 p.m. here at the Natural Resources Agency headquarters. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that update. Beck, is there any public comment on this item?
No, Madam Vice Chair, there is not.
Again, Councilmember Zingali, is there any public comment on this item?
None here. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to item number 11. And this is the chair's election. And before we proceed, I just want to make a couple of quick comments. We do see that we have a member who is absent. Councilmember Lee is not with us. So we had some discussion in the last meeting that if we didn't have a full council and that this was a very important discussion to be had and vote to be had. And so if we didn't have a full council, that we would postpone it, which is what we did. But we do have one council member missing. So I'm just putting it out there that that's, again, an option. And the last comment I will make, or second comment, I just want you to know, as your sitting vice chair, it's been a pleasure and a privilege to be acting in the absence of a full-time chair. And if I were to get a nomination to step into the role as a full-time chair, that you have my word that I will and have done my due diligence to vacate my business, if you will, my businesses, and put a very capable team, have put a very capable team in place who can perform and take the activities, again, in my absence, while I could dedicate my time to this position, if that were the direction of this council. So just wanted to put those two things out there. So
we're opening for discussion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Chair Medueno.
Yes, Councilmember Zingali.
First, I just wanted to say I'm not a lawyer, but I think waiting outside the men's room for Senator Laird does constitute stalking. But I thank you for your dedication to the council. But in all seriousness, I wanted to thank you for your readiness to serve as vice chair and the readiness you just indicated to fill the role permanently. I've just been super impressed with your dedication to learning and mastering these complex issues. I've benefited a lot from your questions and from learning alongside you. I appreciate that. And I especially appreciate, I feel like you're consistently speaking up for the issues of equity, environmental justice, which I think animate a lot of this. And so I thank you for your leadership on that. And I just appreciate the way you strike a balance between leadership on issues like that, but also giving us all the space to serve as members of the council. I think that's what a good chair does. So kudos to you and thank you.
Thank you, member. Thank you very much, Councilmember Zingali. Appreciate it. And I can assure you, I will not stalk anyone else anywhere near a restroom facility moving forward.
I will echo Councilmember Zingali's comments. I think, I've been on the board for a few years now, not as long as the judge, but think of myself as kind of like a veteran of the board. And I do know that it's very important, the role of the chair. I do think you give people space. I think that you are thinking of collaborative efforts with other agencies that we work with. I do believe that you are capable of bringing the reach of this body out, both here in the South and throughout the state, and that's very important to me. And I thank you for the services, and I would want to nominate you for chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Moranian.
I second that nomination.
Well, thank you. Is there any other discussion before we take a vote?
Well, yes, you're my first choice. Electing the chair right now, I think you would be a marvelous chair, and your past performance has really exhibited the kind of qualities that we're looking for in a chair. But I'm a little uneasy with the notion that we're taking action in the absence of someone else. And I don't know what her situation is. I mean, she's not here, and I realize that. And I just don't like the idea of us making decisions when someone is not here. Now, this maybe she won't be here at all. I mean, for all I know, there's probably a good chance of that. But nevertheless, I'm a little reluctant to do that. Anyway, that's kind of my thought right now.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate that that thought, and absolutely, you're in with all your. I'll just say thank you, and I don't think I have anything else to add to that. Yes, Councilmember Natoli.
Yes, no, and I certainly appreciate the comments, and certainly I know that our senior member, years of service on this council certainly is Councilmember Damro. And I would just say, though, that I think on balance, in consideration today, and I think it's, you've served both as our vice chair and certainly in the acting capacity. I appreciate the comments. Again, I don't know the circumstances necessarily surrounding absence of one of the members, but I'm prepared to support the motion here today. So.
Okay, having heard, Councilmember Zingali, do you have any additional comments? If not, I will put it out to a vote.
Sorry, I had trouble getting off of mute. No, I don't at this moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
There's a motion before the board.
Yes, there was a motion by Councilmember Moranian and a second by Councilmember Smith. Before I take a vote, is there any public comment back?
No, Madam Vice Chair, there is not.
Okay. All right, we will take it up.
Actually,
yes.
so sorry. There's
And
a hand raised.
no public comment in Humboldt either.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councilmember Zingali.
I'm so sorry. Let me interject. There's a hand raised. Luis Molina.
Okay. Luis,
Yes, I'm muted.
can you hear us?
I just want to say that I've known Mrs. Madueño for quite some time, and my opinion may be biased, but I think by the comments that I've already heard, not only is she a capable chair, but she brings a lot of knowledge and experience and gathering of a lot of people who may not know what the Stewardship Council does or is. And I think that's paramount, especially when you are a California public entity. And so I applaud you, and not only the nomination, but the support. And I would say that you're not going to be disappointed, but she may put you to do a little bit more work than you're accustomed to. And with that, I'm complete.
Thank you, Luis, for your comments.
And next we have Deidre Desjardins.
Deidre? Yes.
I wanted to thank Virginia Madueno for considering taking on the chair. I don't think this is an easy job. And it's in a time of rapid climate change and new and increasing stresses on a system that's already has very wicked problems. And there's huge conflicts between different stakeholders and controversial projects. And I think the Stewardship Council plays a really critical role, and the Delta Science Program. And I really want to thank you for being willing to take this on. And I promise to try to not make your life too difficult. Thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre. Truly appreciate that. Before the vote, I just want to make a couple of comments. And recognizing again what Deirdre just said. I truly believe that this is an opportunity for this council to step out and to start, if you will, developing more of a public profile of what it is that we do. And again, recognizing, Dr. Lund, your comments and where we are as an agency and how critical we are. Having had a brief conversation with Secretary Crowfoot in this building, and he was talking to another gentleman, and he introduced me and said, "This is Virginia from the Delta Stewardship Council." And the individual that he was sitting with or standing with said, "Oh, what is that?" And it was a real telltale sign for me that we have some work to do. And I have learned, and as Daniel mentioned it himself, we're still learning. And I think that we're always going to continue to learn. That's part of the job. And so I don't take this role lightly. I see that it's a huge responsibility, but I also want to recognize that we have an amazing team, starting with our incredible executive director, Jessica Pearson, with our staff members, our legal staff that we need one more general counsel, and we need to make sure that that message gets through to the governor's office. And I know that we've been advocating for quite some time, but we really do need to, again, make that priority known. And I think we've all expressed that here today. But again, I just want to thank all of you for your support, your candor, and more importantly, I will tell you that I will rise to the occasion, but I will rise to the occasion with all of you, knowing that you are there in support of, and that we can really creatively work as a unified body to meet the needs and the challenges that we will face ahead. So with that, thank you. And we will now call for a vote. Again, it was a motion and a nomination by Councilmember Moranian and a second by Councilmember Smith. Beck, I will let you do the roll call on this one.
Notwithstanding my initial comments,
And absolutely.
I am persuaded by my initial feelings about you, so I have no problem voting aye.
Very good. Councilmember Moranian.
Aye.
Councilmember Natoli.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Aye.
Councilmember Zingali.
Aye.
Councilmember Madueño.
Aye. Thank you so very much. I
The ayes have
appreciate
it.
Okay, we will now, I think, have a much needed break. We will have I understand, a 45-minute lunch. I just want to make sure that we are on target. I want to be mindful that we have members that need to catch flights. So do you all want to do 45 minutes or do you want to do a 30-minute? 30 minutes? Am I hearing 30 minutes? Is 30 minutes okay?
30 minutes is okay here.
Yeah. Okay. How about we come back 1 o'clock? I'm going to give you 28 minutes because I'm being fair today.
Wow,
That's
already.
good. Wow. Thank you all. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you so much. I'd like to reconvene the Delta Stewardship Council meeting. We will now move on to item number 13, the Executive Officer's Report. For that, we have our Executive Officer, Jessica Pearson.
Thank you. Well, today, as part of a regular series of updates, staff from the Department of Water Resources and the Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority are with us virtually, I believe, to provide an update on their continued planning efforts for the Delta Conveyance project. So with us today, we have Carrie Buckman, Environmental Program Manager for Delta Conveyance from the Department of Water Resources. Also, we have Graham Bradner, Interim Executive Director from the Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority. Carrie and Graham, can you hear us?
We can.
I can, yep.
Graham and Carrie, I just want to apologize. I skipped over. So I want to, for the record and for our virtual audience, we are on item number 12, the Delta Conveyance Update.
Thank you for that clarification. We did switch around the items at the beginning of the
Yes,
meeting.
we did. Thank you.
Are we ready to proceed?
Please.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. Carrie, do you want to open us up here? Or should I jump right into it? Did you want to lead off with the agenda review?
Sure. We want to go to the next slide. So today we're going to talk about a number of things. Graham's going to provide an overview of some of the conceptual design process to reduce community effects. And we did come, I think, in 2020 and talk about this as well, but I wanted to talk a little bit about it again. So Graham's going to provide just a quick overview on that, but really focus in on a topic that we know has been of interest to the Stewardship Council in the past and talk about our efforts to reduce noise. So Graham will talk about that as part of the conceptual design, and then I'll talk about how we're looking at it for the environmental analysis. And then I'll give an update on our overall environmental planning efforts. And so with that, I think we can move to the next slide and back to Graham.
Great, thanks, Carrie. And yeah, if we could go ahead and proceed to the next slide. So that was perfect. Thanks, Carrie, for the introduction there to start things off. So in terms of our conceptual design, the work started with the proposed corridors in the notice of preparation. Those corridors identified broad swaths from potential diversion structures in the north down to some sort of connection on the south end of the Delta to the existing state water project facilities. And so at DWR's request, the DCA set out to develop conceptual designs, all of the engineering backup information that would be needed for the CEQA analysis, and that the designs would attempt to minimize effects of the project on Delta communities with a real significant focus on engagement and transparency through the entire conceptual design development process. Next slide, please. So we started out by performing a series of independent siting studies for all the major project facilities to develop what we would consider the initial project alignment. And then based on those initial alignments, we continued to refine the temporary and permanent facility layouts to reduce effects compared to those initial configurations. And that would be for all three alignments, Central, Eastern, and the Bethany Reservoir alternative. We also, for each, once we had those revised configurations under development, we then developed access and logistical plans for each facility so that the analysis being performed through the CEQA process captured all of the elements that we could conceive of at this time. We did use a number of community input venues such as the Stakeholder Engagement Committee, as well as other community meetings to talk about the siting of major facilities, to discuss the potential logistics and access plans, and then better understand effects of potential traffic and waterway on local communities. Also looking to reduce community-related or construction-related effects associated with the project, and then minimize disturbance to existing lands used for farming, wildlife habitats, community uses. If you look at the image on the right-hand side, you can see each of the different siting studies that were performed to develop the initial project. And so I think the point here is visually that all of the major elements of the project were covered through various separate siting exercises. Next slide, please. So then in terms of our efforts to minimize community effects, we've summarized or grouped in general our efforts under 10 major categories. These include avoiding increasing demand on existing emergency services, managing flood risks, seismic risks, minimizing activities that produce noise, dust, greenhouse gas emissions, traffic, land use, minimize effects on existing infrastructure, minimize construction traffic and associated effects, minimizing disturbance to existing land uses, minimizing disturbance to sensitive wildlife and protected habitat areas, as well as delta-based, water-based recreation and navigation, and then finally, minimizing noise during construction and operations. And so we are now going to drop down a level in the rest of the presentation, focusing in, as Carrie mentioned, on the subject of noise, but you'll see as we drop down and then down again a little bit further into the details, the type of activity that we engaged in and that I'm referencing here with this list of all the 10 different major objectives. So if we could proceed to the next slide, please. So now focusing on the subject of noise, I wanted to first recognize and summarize the concerns that we've been able to collect and hear about from the community regarding the subject of noise. So grouping them under first concerns by Delta communities. So a lot of that came in around the intakes, the communities of Hood and Clarksburg. Also near the Southern Complex or Bethany Complex features down on the south end. Those would potentially be the communities of Discovery Bay and Mountain House. Concerns related to recreational opportunities. Those were largely near the Sacramento River and other water bodies due to construction and potential barge use within the project. And then also near wildlife habitat areas related to visitor opportunities. And then lastly, concerns related to construction activities, specifically related to noise, were generally circling around work on nights, weekends, off hours, and then a lot of concern around specifically pile driving, which generates an impact with the pile drive and has the potential to have a pretty significant noise effect. And so with the kind of concluding on the pile driving aspects and touching on several of these, if we could go to the next slide. So we employed several noise reduction measures during the conceptual project development. First, beginning back with the siting, the initial siting of all the major facilities, we located facilities and defined access roadways to facilities to minimize effects on noise receptors. And so I've got now just a short bullet list. So that included evaluation of noise impacts on sensitive receptors as a siting consideration in all of those major facilities. We minimized the tunnel launch shaft sites to concentrate, and I mean the number of tunnel launch shaft sites, to concentrate the activity in fewer and more remote locations. We located intake the haul road specifically for the intakes at the base of the old railroad grade, and as far as we could get from State Route 160. We did include for the Bethany complex a new roundabout on the southern end to avoid a residential hamlet near the intersection that we would need to pass through. So we've offset and included a new intersection there. Also added park and ride lots to reduce worker traffic, noise, and congestion, and avoid those workers commuting into the specific projects. Next, we evaluated in the conceptual design and construction methodologies specifically related to pile driving. We've also identified that we would limit most construction hours to daylight hours during Monday through Friday, with just a few exceptions, mainly associated with the tunneling operations, which are below ground operations and supported at the launch sites. We've minimized the use of barging really only to activities at the intakes associated with construction of the cofferdam initially, and then placement of riprap. And we've eliminated all barge landings associated with the project. We've taken a number of efforts to reduce on-site construction noise sources, and then also considering the operational noise issues, particularly associated with the intakes. Next slide, please. So now we'll dig in a little deeper on the issue of noise up at the intakes, and specifically noise during construction. So one of the key concerns was around, and I've highlighted it on the image on the right. This is the overall, you can see the image is the overall conceptual design of the intake, but we're going to focus on the waterside features and the actual concrete structures and foundations associated with the actual intake structure, the in-river intake structure. The original plan, when we came up with our initial configuration, included a sheet pile cofferdam. And the sheet pile cofferdam is a temporary structure that allows us to dewater inside that structure and construct the elements of the in-river intake. And so the plan originally would have had a cofferdam supported on all four sides so that the interior could be dewatered and construction activities take place within that four-sided perimeter. Would have involved the use of heavy driven piles known as king piles. They're essentially large I-beams that are driven in at a pretty frequent basis in order to provide the structural support for the sheet piles. And those, as well as the sheet piles, would have needed to be driven in with impact pile drives in order to properly seat those into the foundation so that they can bear the load. Due to construction limitations with in-river work, it was going to take for each intake a 2-year construction period to get all these piles driven into place and the cofferdam constructed. So extended over a 2-year period. Based on a lot of refinement and reconsideration of the cofferdam approach and understanding concerns about noise, we've completely redesigned the cofferdam approach. The current plan is on the bottom part of the left-hand side. We've now, instead of assuming a 4-sided cofferdam to create this interior dry area, we're constructing a structural wall along what would be kind of the land side closer to the levee, using a soil cement installation process. So it's an auger-based process, mixing cement into the ground, and then vibrating the key piles that we need into that wall so that it can provide the structural support for the cofferdam. Then by doing that, we're able to shrink the overall cofferdam size, use overall lighter sheet piles, no heavy king piles installed, and all of the methods that we're talking about would really rely primarily on vibratory methods, as well as drilled piers in the foundation of the intake, with really only limited impact pile driving. At this point, we're looking at something on the order of about 15% of the original number of pile driving impacts that would have been included as part of the original plan. And then the back wall, which is closer to the levee, the soil cement DMM wall can be constructed in the winter since it's not affected by any of the fish window restrictions and doesn't have the same noise effects. So overall benefits associated with this, we have fewer piles to install. We've been able to reduce the size of the in-river structure by putting the structural wall closer to the bank and reducing the number of piles that need to actually bear weight on the water side. We've got less foundation piles and piers required as a result of that smaller structure, much faster installation with less noise, and a shortened construction schedule by 6 months. Next slide, please. So in addition to the revised cofferdam approach that I just described, we've also got a number of noise reduction measures that were being evaluated. First of all, we would require the use of noise shrouds. So this is the image on the lower right hand shows the impact configuration with the shroud that surrounds it. And then we intend to perform a test pile program to evaluate the depth of vibratory pile effectiveness, understand the actual sound measurements that are generated through that process, and then give us the ability to test alternative features for managing noise. This will all inform future design processes where we have the full target of reducing dependency on piles, especially impact-driven piles. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to also note that The intakes aren't the only locations where pile driving effects have been a consideration. There would also potentially need to be piles associated with some bridges and structures in the South Delta. And so similar to what I described at the beginning with respect to the facility siting exercise, these sites were all located to minimize distances from historic structures, residences, and other receptors to the extent feasible. And then, as I just described, we're maximizing the use of drilled piers and vibratory piles. But of course, depending on geotechnical conditions, many piles will be vibrated to depths, and then they might need to be driven at the very bottom to the remaining depth, depending on that penetration. But that would all be tested out through the programs that I described on the previous slide. So just to, I guess, recap, we started with the big picture conceptual design approach in terms of how we've approached minimizing community effects. We had a number of major categories of activity where by which we kind of grouped those different focus areas under, and then we just took a deeper and then deeper dive still into noise reduction and efforts that we've done to try and specifically reduce the number of impact-driven piles within the project. So with that, I think next slide, please, and I will hand it over to Carrie.
Thanks, Graham. So with that background on how the DCA considered the conceptual design, I'm going to talk a little bit about the way that we're looking at analyzing noise within the environmental impact report. So first, I just wanted to talk a little bit about what noise is like in the study area now. So generally the areas that we're looking at are rural in nature, but there is a bit more noise than a typical rural environment. So the noise that we see today comes from car and truck traffic on I-5, as well as some of the key arterials like River Road or State Route 160, Hood Franklin Road, Lambert Road, Franklin Boulevard, Twin Cities, and other local roads. There's also noise from aircraft, from commercial airports and private airstrips. There are motorboats on the waterways, agricultural equipment, including crop dusting aircraft, and construction equipment for other projects in the Delta, including habitat restoration or transportation or other efforts that are ongoing. Next slide. So these are the ways that the Delta Conveyance Project could increase noise levels in the Delta on top of what's there now. And the big one is, as Graham was talking about, is pile driving. So vibratory hammer driving, as Graham described, vibrating the piles in, there's still noise. It's less than the impact driving, and it's also less abrupt. You know, the impact driving is sort of the sharp noise as the pile is driven in, and that can be really disruptive to local communities. So we are emphasizing vibratory hammer driving, but I did want to mention that that is also producing noise, just less and perhaps less disruptive. There's also heavy construction equipment, including bulldozers, loaders, trucks, and cranes, haul truck traffic. There's rail traffic, including rail on new spurs and barges, although the barging is very limited. It's really just to provide material for the riverside work at the intakes. And then new pumping plants and other fixed facilities would provide operational noise in the long term, but we are looking to make sure that we include measures to reduce that noise through silencers and shielding features when we have fixed facilities that will be in the same place and we can manage those noise sources. Next slide, please. So we've been working on a plan to help avoid or minimize noise impacts. And a lot of these things are things that Graham mentioned as part of his presentation as well. So we want to start before construction. And the DCA has been talking about implementing a test pile driving effort. And during that, we would have sound level monitoring in and around the intakes to help us understand better how that noise could travel around the Delta. And based on that, we would be working to provide sound insulation for qualifying homes that would be within the area that would experience noise. And that could include dual pane windows, improved exterior doors, or new HVAC systems. And these would be only for willing participants. So this would be something where the participant would have to be interested and willing to allow us to make those improvements. So then when we proceed to construction, we will have sound level monitoring. So we will have sound level monitors at or near receptors that are close to facility construction. any places where construction would occur for more than 12 months. And if we do identify potential concerns there, we would offer relocation assistance, again, on a willing participant basis in the event of the exceedance. And I think we've talked in the past about the ombudsman program we're including, and that would be the way that we would work with these potentially affected parties. Next slide, please. We'll also work to include best practices for noise control during construction, and that includes things like limiting construction work, pile driving, and hauling to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. The only exception is during continuous concrete pours, where the concrete has to be poured continuously and can't take a break at night. We would work to avoid, we would use noise reducing shroud around pile drivers, as Graham discussed. We would have quiet buffer zones around construction sites to minimize truck and equipment idling in locations that are near receptors. And we'll have noise enclosures around fixed location equipment, such as generators or pumps. And last, we will look at temporary sound barriers. So if there are concentrated noise sources, we'll work on having barriers around those to help avoid noise to nearby areas. Next slide, please. So I think that the big question is, will this work? You know, will this help reduce noise? And we think that these measures are pretty likely, although not certain, to work to help minimize the negative reactions to project-related noise. There are a couple of things that really will determine if these measures are effective. And the big one is voluntary participation. You know, we need the property owners to allow us to install sound installation. And for affected residents where that isn't going to work, relocation assistance would only work if they're interested. So those two things are really based on the voluntary participation that we are able to obtain. And the last one is on pile driving shrouds. And we are committed to using them, and we expect that they will reduce noise, but there's uncertainty about how much of a reduction they would produce. And so that is one of the reasons that the DCA has planned a trial. So there would be a testing period where we would try that and see how that worked. Next slide, please. So just a few conclusions about the noise discussion. There is existing activity in the Delta Conveyance Project study area that generates noise. And while the setting is rural, the ambient levels are a little higher than typical for rural. That said, the noise from the Delta Conveyance Project would be readily noticeable above ambient levels in locations near the facilities, especially during pile driving. However, pile driving would only be done during the day. The night work that could occur would be during the continuous concrete pours, but they would be for a limited time, generally to 1 week or up to a month at given locations. And the measures to avoid or reduce effects would be effective if the owners and residents accept the sound insulation measures or relocation assistance. Next slide. So now I'm going to shift gears a little and provide some updates on things that are going on the environmental side. So generally, I think we all are aware of our big upcoming milestone. So we're working towards releasing the draft environmental impact report this summer. I know that there's a lot of interest about when exactly, and I'm still working on a few things. So unfortunately, I can't give a date today, but it is still on track to be this summer. So we're planning to release it for review and comment for 90 days. And the draft EIR evaluates the effects of the proposed project, a range of feasible alternatives, the potential for environmental effects, and mitigation measures to lessen the potentially significant effects. And we have a pretty substantial public participation and notification process. We'll have a variety of ways that people will be notified that the document is available through publicity, flyers, radio ads, and then we'll have public hearings to collect comments, and we'll also have materials available in libraries, and we'll have translations for key parts of the materials as well. We're also working on materials to help people with the review of this document. We understand that this draft EIR is long and technical, and so we're trying to put together some videos and short summaries to try to help people focus on the things that are of interest and perhaps help them with some of the technical nature of these materials. Next slide, please. So I'm going to give a couple of updates related to the EIR. We are analyzing the full suite of resources in the EIR, but I'm just picking a couple things that I think are of interest in following up from past meetings. So we have talked in the past about tribal consultation that we're working on, and just wanted to give a quick update on that. As a reminder, we sent letters to 121 tribes to initiate consultation, and 13 tribes are participating in consultation. And so what we've been working on with the draft EIR is to incorporate the expertise of the California Native American tribes regarding their histories and cultures and the importance and significance of resources from the California tribes' perspectives. And that material is going into a chapter called the Tribal Cultural Resources chapter of the EIR. And one of the really key things that we heard from tribes is that they find the Delta important as a whole, because it is interconnected landscapes and the natural and cultural elements are interrelated. And because of that, the importance of that interconnected nature of the Delta, we are evaluating the Delta as a tribal cultural landscape, looking at the whole of the Delta. And so what we've done is identify character defining features of that landscape based on the consultation efforts with the tribes. They include things like waterways, fish habitat, terrestrial resources that are important to tribes, archaeological resources, ethnohistoric sites. And those are all character defining features that we're considering whether the project or the alternatives would have the potential to affect those features. So that work is underway and will be part of the draft EIR. Next slide, please. I also wanted to give a quick update on the community benefits program. I know we've talked about this a number of times, but just as a sort of quick reminder, the idea of the community benefits program, the reason we're considering it is to acknowledge that the direct project benefits of the project, which are specific to state water project reliability, are not located within the Delta, but the effects that could be produced from the project, the communities may endure these effects during construction. And while we are going to be mitigating those under CEQA, CEQA is pretty prescriptive, and that does have some limitations of what it might cover as part of the mitigation process. So the community benefits is on top of that CEQA mitigation. So we're looking at two key elements of the community benefits program. The first is a Delta Community Fund that would fund projects that would help the local communities. And the other is integrated benefits, where we would be looking at opportunities to provide benefits that would be part of the project development and construction, including things like hiring targets, job training, education, local business utilization, or multi-purpose facilities. As an example, we are looking at park and ride facilities. If the community is interested, we could leave those types of facilities in place. Next slide, please. So as a status of where we are now, we've developed a draft framework that will be included in the draft EIR as an appendix, but we've also, and that will be the opportunity to comment on that framework, but we also have released the current version on our website to help with other discussions. So if people are interested, the draft framework is available. It may change a bit before inclusion in the draft EIR, but it does represent the current status. Additionally, we're considering the potential to implement community benefits agreements with single entities to supplement the overall grant program approach. So where there are communities that are near sort of construction intense areas, we can look at working with them directly. And this is still an approach that's in development, but it is something that we're considering. And then the last is that we are still seeking and encouraging broad, diverse, and inclusive community involvement and participation. Next slide, please. So this is a flow chart from the draft framework, and this is a lot to walk through, so I'll just provide a couple of highlights. But I think the main things I wanted to talk about are on the left side, these pieces of the community benefits program that we're still working on. Now, the first is that over the next probably year or so, we will be working to develop a grant program governance structure and parameters with public and community input. We'll be working on the economic development and integrated benefits components, again, with community input. And the last piece on here is this concept of having separate discussions with interested entities to develop community benefits agreements that could identify community-specific funding ideas and economic and integrated benefits to commit support to each individual community. So we will be working towards having those materials an early draft around the time of the final environmental impact report, and then we'll continue to move those forward. The idea is that we'd like to have those pieces pretty well developed before we come for Delta Plan consistency, but we understand that we wouldn't finalize any agreements or move forward with anything until after Delta Plan consistency is complete. And I think next slide, that brings us to questions, ways to stay informed. I think we usually present this, but there's a lot more information on both our website and the DCA's website. And we both have informational emails that we're happy to get back to people if they have further questions. So next slide, please. I think that is the end. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Graham. Yes, we're going to open it up for council discussion. We'll start with Councilmember Maranian.
Thank you very much. I have two questions. One is that I was trying to understand if how many alternatives are picked, and is the locally preferred alternative, if there is one, picked already, and when you talked about the EIR and the framework of the EIR, what that exactly meant. And the second, I would really like to hear Councilman Natoli's thoughts about where public outreach is and what the sentiments are, if you could share. So my first question is for the presenters. The number
Sure.
of alternatives. Yeah.
So right now we have 5 key alternatives, although some of them do have some sub-alternatives. So I think in the end, it's 9 total. We would be picking one alternative to implement at the end of the CEQA process. So right now we are identifying the Bethany alternative as the proposed project within the EIR, but that doesn't mean that's the project that we would ultimately choose. So if we choose to implement a project at all, that decision of whether to implement a project and which alternative to select will be made at the end of the CEQA process after we receive public comments.
Sure. So the Bethany alternatives being studied and the EIR is on the basis of that, yet if anything else is picked, it needs adjustments and maybe redoing of the EIR.
So the EIR actually includes all of the alternatives evaluated at an equal level.
Okay.
CEQA doesn't require that, but we have done that because we do want to make sure that we have the flexibility to select a different alternative if we do receive comments that make us see a reason that would make more sense.
So it's the same level of digging down and gauging the environmental impact has been done for all 5 alternatives.
Correct.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. That was my question.
Okay. Follow-up question for you.
Yeah, I would just say to Councilmember Maranian's question that obviously, as Carrie's outlined, that they've continued to move forward with their environmental analysis and certainly have done, I think the outreach has been necessary to, follow the CEQA, and I believe there's a NEPA process involved as well. I think it should be clear, and certainly Graham and Carrie can elaborate, but that the Stakeholder Engagement Committee, that was a separate process under the Delta Construction Conveyance Authority, was not DWR. That was not their process. And certainly there's been collaboration, cooperation, as you hear from both the speakers. But there, I guess to be frank, there continues to be significant concern about project impacts. And we touched on one here today relative to noise and certainly some related impacts. But I know folks are awaiting the issuance of the draft. And I think certainly to your question, Maria, that there'll be a significant commentary relative to, again, I think acknowledging some of the work that's gone into trying to address impacts that were cited in the previous project iteration with the twin tunnels, but there still remains, I think, a number of impacts that will need to be, one, obviously identified and will be, but addressed in the process. And so again, I know that Carrie and certainly Graham, but certainly Carrie and her colleagues have had a number of community meetings, and certainly have gone out to some of the geographical areas in the Delta. But I guess it was just suffice to say for today's purposes that there continues to be significant concern, and the whole discussion regarding community benefits, that's getting attention down in the community as to, just what that means and how it how it relates to the proposed project and the analysis, environmental analysis. So I guess that's about as much that I could, comment. Again, I just think there's going to be predictably, probably some of the same concerns, and even acknowledging, what work has been done thus far and will be done before they bring the project to a consideration, obviously for consistency here at this body at some future date, but in the environmental analysis and review, the community review.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Other questions?
I just had one question if I could. This would be a Graham. Graham, could you go back to your the chart that had the revised intake configuration and construction methodology? It was the one that you talked about, the reducing the impacts for the.
Oh, yes, I'll wait.
Yeah, just a graphic. I wanted to reference and ask you a question about the graphic.
Okay, sure.
Next one. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, thanks. Graham, I just to, I think, get a sense of the scale of this, though, and these are at the intake sites that would be at the northern part of the proposed project. What is the acreage size, and then the length of intake along the river? I know in previous iterations, there's been, those intakes have stretched for a mile or thereabouts along the river's edge, and some of those early iterations of those sedimentation basins and so forth encompassed 40, 50, 60 acres. So I guess I'd be curious as to what's the current thinking, understanding you were addressing a specific issue about construction time and impacts, but could you just offer update as to what this reflects on the ground?
Sure, absolutely. And I'll give, if it's okay, I'm sorry, Councilman Natoli, I'm not going to have exact numbers, but
no, that's okay.
I'd be happy to follow up if there's more interest there. But in terms of intake structure length along the bank of the Sacramento River, we're talking, and it varies a little bit between the different intake configurations, but it's on the order of 1,000 feet, 1,200 feet, that type of length. Then maybe up to 1,500 feet, depending on which iteration. And bearing in mind also, we're looking at the use of T-screens, which have helped to shrink the length of the screened intake section compared to vertical plate screens, which are a little bit longer. So that's I think a reasonable order of magnitude for the length of the screen section. And then in terms of overall size, it's on the order of I'd say, Carrie, correct me if you have a different memory, but I think it's on the order of 150 acres permanent facility size. But that is something that I'd like to probably follow up with a more refined number for you. But that's an order of magnitude number.
Okay. Well, thank you, Graham. That helps. And then are you proposing 2 or 3 intakes at this current juncture are in the proposed project?
So Carrie, do you want me to answer, or would you like to okay, so for the proposed project being a 6,000 cubic foot per second configuration, it would be 2 intakes. And based on historic information that we presented at the DCA, those were numbered intakes 3 and 5. They will have a slightly different nomenclature as part of the draft DIR. They will, for everyone's reference, there'll be intakes B and C.
Okay. And just one follow on then. So again, just in my mind's eye, it's the northernmost intake is proposed for the area below Scribner's Bend, between there and the town of Hood, just north of the town of Hood. Is that correct? Is that's one of the sites? And the second one, if I'm not mistaken, would be between town of Hood and roughly, I don't know, maybe a mile north of Cortland, or is there a different configuration? Again, I know we don't have a map in front of us, but I just behind me. Okay, yeah, there is one right behind me, so I don't know if Graham can see that, but
it's so the northernmost intake that is in the EIR would actually be intake 2, but that's only a 1,500 CFS configuration, so it's a slightly smaller footprint. That is still, I think, the most northernmost location you're referring to. All of these are south of Scribner's Bend. So intake 2 is the farthest north. Intake 3 is still north of Hood, I'd say it's maybe a couple thousand feet north of the community of Hood there. And then intake 5 is south of Hood, close to a mile south of Hood, just near the Snodgrass Slough, where Snodgrass Slough connects up the Sacramento River.
Okay, that helps. I mean, there was a good map behind, so I was trying to point out with my finger kind of where you were describing. So, okay, very good. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Natoli.
One quick
Yes.
follow-on to Councilmember Natoli's question. What is the estimated construction length of each intake? It says shortened by 6 months, but give us an idea for the length of construction expected.
Yeah, the overall construction period is on the order of 7 years total time frame. We were talking specifically about the cofferdam construction window, which would be one of the relatively earlier phases of the construction window.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Zingali, any questions? I have a couple, but I wanted to defer to you if you had any questions first.
Yeah, I do have a couple too. Actually, just one follow-up to that. The 7-year construction period, that's not the total time for the project, though. There's a lot of process years in addition to that, right?
That's correct. The total construction window is approximately 12 years. And the intakes would, well, a lot of the early activities I think you're referring to would be a lot of early works, access, logistics, laying the groundwork for the major construction period. So the first couple of years would be that type of work. Shaft construction would be very early. A lot of the overall schedule is controlled by tunnel excavation. So that would be on the critical path to get access and logistics ramped up, shafts constructed, and get the TBMs excavating.
So we could be looking at 20 years or something in that
Oh,
range.
no, those are all concurrent. In terms of construction period, the total period is 12 years. A lot of these construction activities are overlapping. So the 6 to 7 year window for the intakes is within that 12-year total period.
Okay. The community benefit funds, would those come from the bonds, from the big bonds that would pay for the project overall? Would that be bond funding as well?
Community benefits program would be part of the overall construction costs. So it would be funded, yes, the same way as the rest of the projects.
Okay, thanks. And then the last question I had is just in the EIR report coming out in the this summer. Will it address concerns about, for example, worsening salinity or stagnation in the Delta, and just overall a potential negative impact on the Delta related to climate issues, drought, other factors? I guess my question is the impact on the Delta from bypassing the Delta. Will we be able to kind of get into the science of that?
So the EIR will analyze the potential for water quality effects, but I think I just wanted to flag that the effects from other factors like drought and climate change are not part of the project effects, right? Like those are effects that would be happening with or without the project. And the EIR is pretty focused on comparing the effects with the project to the conditions without the project so that we can understand how the project contributes to water quality concerns.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I guess what I was wondering is, will it show us how it might worsen some of those broader impacts?
Well, I guess I'll say if it would worsen.
Yeah.
So yes, we are
Or maybe-
analyzing
or maybe-
effects to salinity, cyanobacteria and harmful algal blooms, a whole suite of water quality constituents.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Carrie. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Zingali. Carrie, Graham, I have a couple of questions and follow up with regard to the public review process and how it's going to be laid out. And it was nice to see, or great to see actually, that you are working on tribal consultation and they're very active. But my question is more specific to some of the conversations that we had earlier in this room with regard to equity and in regard to reaching out to our most vulnerable communities and recognizing this area and recognizing, again, the significance of tribal consultation. But I also want to be very mindful that there's a lot of communities that are going to be impacted, the Southeast Asian community, a lot of farm working communities. And as I take a look at your public participation and notification chart, where you have public hearings, publicity, flyers, libraries, translations, I want to make sure that we put the true meaning of equity into this equation, in that we're not just checking a box and we met with, 5 groups, but making sure that, again, we are doing our due diligence in that we're having language appropriate outreach, culturally relevant outreach mechanisms to, again, ensure that we are meeting or actually exceeding, if you will, the outreach capabilities, to make sure that we are reaching our most marginalized communities in and around this area, and including small businesses as well.
So that has been a pretty significant focus for us, is working on environmental justice outreach. So, we've had members of our team present to this group before about some of the early work we did on surveys to make sure that to help us understand the ways that environmental justice communities rely on the resources in the Delta. And a lot of our focus for the last several months has really been on outreach to try to help communities understand what the EIR is, when it's coming, and how to review that document and provide comments. So one of our big focuses for the last 3 or 4 months is that we've been doing what we're calling tabling, where we have our environmental justice outreach team attend community events. We really understand that environmental justice communities don't really have time to go to another meeting. And so trying to meet them where they are is one of our key tenets. So we've been to, I think, over 15 events over the last few months, typically on weekends, where we're attending community events, farmers markets, other types of markets throughout the Delta to try to reach those communities. We're also working on our translation. So we're not translating the entire environmental impact report, but we are translating key pieces of information into Spanish and Chinese so that we have that information available. And certainly all of our outreach material is translated, and we have a hotline where we can translate into a number of different languages, not just Spanish and Chinese, upon request. So we're working on that. I appreciate that question. It's a big focus for us.
Great, thank you so much. If there are no other comments, I'm going to ask Beck if there are any public comments. And before we do that, I just want to acknowledge and thank all of the individuals that have already submitted public comment through letters. And I understand that we have received a significant amount of letters that are all coming from the Sierra Club. And I just want to say thank you to all of you who have taken the time. This is clearly a very important project that is going to impact so many in the state of California. And again, this is what this is about. It's about having public forums and having people participate and engage fully. And so I want to thank all of those that have already submitted public comment on this item. Beck, any other public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair. And just an update, we received 985 of those letters so far.
Wonderful. Thank you.
We have Deidre Desjardins for public comment. And I'm sorry, Travis, could you unmute her? Because I don't have permission again with Zoom.
Travis, can you hear us?
Hello, this is Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And I just wanted to talk about best available science in the project. As you know, when the Twin Tunnel project came before the council staff found in their draft findings that the DWR had not used best available science on sea level rise for the tunnel. And they said DWR stated its assumptions. Part of the issue is that estimates of sea level rise have pretty much doubled since the tunnel project started. It went from up to 1 meter by 2100 to up to 2 meters by 2100. And the findings were DWR stated its assumptions still reflect the use of best available science because they're consistent with the recommended estimates for sea level rise under the likely range reported for years 2030 in 2060 in the latest guidance from the Ocean Protection Council. The Ocean Protection Council, however, recommends the likely range for use in low-risk aversion decisions, such as a coastal unpaved trail, whereas it recommends the use of the H++ scenario, which is an extreme risk aversion for projects with a lifespan beyond 2050. And therefore, the council finds the department certification that its sea level rise modeling reflects the best available science is not supported by substantial evidence in the record. DWR appears to have solved this by only considering the horizon to 2040, at which time even the extreme sea level rise scenario only shows 18 inches of sea level rise. But this simply is not adequate for decision makers to evaluate the project. I will add that the Independent Science Board also found in 2014 the potential effects of climate change and sea level rise are underestimated. The effects of climate change and sea level rise on the effectiveness of actions, including operations involving new water conveyance facilities, are not adequately considered. For this reason, I'm very concerned about the period of review for this project. There wasn't a preliminary or administrative draft EIR released. There's been no modeling whatsoever released, no results about sea level rise, and we're potentially only given the CEQA comment period time. It's not enough for independent scientists, or I think the Independent Science Board, to really look at this project, and it's not acceptable. And honestly, it looks like trying to hide something to do this. So
Thank you for thank you for your comments, Deidre. Did I misunderstand? Was there another public comment from Travis?
No, Madam Chair, I was communicating with APP.
Oh, okay,
So
gotcha.
sorry.
It's okay.
I do have a second commenter, Molly Colton.
Molly, can you hear us?
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, council members. My name is Molly Colton. I'm an organizer with Sierra Club California, representing nearly 500,000 members and supporters statewide. Thank you for acknowledging the written comments submitted by our members. The Western United States is in the worst drought in 1,200 years, a drought that has been worsened by the effects of climate change. Climate change affects the quantity and timing of precipitation, snowpack, and runoff in California, which has direct impacts on our surface waters. We can no longer rely on historical observation to predict future water trends. The past 3 years provide an indication of where California's climate is headed. DWR reported that 2020 is the 5th driest year on record in California, and 2021 is the 2nd driest. This year, California experienced the driest winter in 100 years. The San Francisco Bay Delta is in an ecological crisis. Increasingly frequent and more severe drought, coupled with unsustainable water diversions, have had significant impacts on water quality, endangered species, and community water supplies. California must take protective steps to make our communities more resilient to climate change by reducing reliance on the Bay Delta watershed and increasing water conservation and efficiency. The Delta Conveyance Tunnel is not only expensive, but could contribute to further decline of the fragile Bay Delta ecosystem, species, and communities. Water conservation and efficiency measures are available and effective at reducing the gap between water supply and use, providing effective drought responses in the near term and permanent improvements in water supply reliability in the longer term. I urge DWR and the Council to thoroughly consider whether local and regional projects to address water resilience and conservation would better meet the needs of Californians and reduce dependence on the Bay Delta than the construction of this project in the no action alternative. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. Any other public comment?
No, Madam Chair, there are not.
Great. Councilmember Zingali, any public comment on your end?
No public comment here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this was an information item. Thank you so much to Carrie and to Graham for your update, and we look forward to future information being brought before this council. Thank you. We will now move on to item number 13, the Executive Officer's Report. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jessica Pearson.
Thank you, and congratulations, Chair Madueño.
Thank you
I look forward to working with you in your new capacity.
very much. Thank you.
I wanted to recognize our executive fellow, who I believe stepped out but was here earlier, Chris Klyer. He has been with us since the fall from the Capital Fellows Program, and I thought he did a great job in his presentation, so good job, Chris. I also want to recognize Sarah Harper, who also stepped out for a moment, but she's been here today in the audience with us. She is a 2022 water leader from the Water Education Foundation, and I have been fortunately assigned to be her mentor this year. So it's been great to get to know Sarah. She had the opportunity to meet Virginia at the Aqua Conference as well. So it's been a great partnership. A quick note on the value of those programs. I'm a product of both. I owe the position that I'm in today to the opportunities provided by the Capital Fellows Program and the Water Leaders Program. In fact, my mentor in the Water Leaders Program was Randy Fiorini. So I'm always glad when we get to give back to those programs. I do have one covered action update to report since April, when I last provided my executive officer's report. On May 13th, Reclamation District 2093 submitted a certification of consistency for the North Delta Fish Conservation Project. The project seeks to restore, enhance, and create habitat for Delta native fish species in the lower Yolo Cache Slough area by restoring levees and floodplains and revegetating with native emergent marsh species. The project's public review and appeal period closed on June 13th with no appeals filed. The project can now proceed to implementation. On behalf of the council, staff sent out 3 comment letters since we last met. Each of these letters states that the respective projects appear to be covered actions. We outline the Delta Plan policies that may apply, and we invite the proponents to engage with the council in early consultation. The first of these letters is the East Bay Municipal Utility District regarding the notice of preparation for a draft EIR for the McCullamy Aqueducts Resiliency Project. The project seeks to improve the resiliency of the existing McCullamy aqueducts by replacing them in a proposed underground tunnel across 16.5 miles of the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta. The second letter is the Sacramento County Planning Department to the Planning Department regarding the initial study and mitigated neg deck for the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge Restoration Project. The project seeks to restore and enhance freshwater emergent seasonal wetlands and valley riparian communities to benefit wildlife and biodiversity. And our last letter is to the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency regarding the notice of preparation for an EIR for Mossdale Track Area Urban Flood Risk Reduction Project. This project seeks to provide increased public safety through levee rehabilitation and improvements while implementing a multi-benefit risk reduction project that improves ecological function and habitat in the flood system and contributes societal benefits such as recreation. We'll keep you updated on these projects and others as they progress, and they are all listed in your packet. We have 2 new hires to announce. Jill Harris joins the Collaborative Science and Peer Review Unit as a senior environmental scientist. Jill comes to the Delta Science program from the San Diego Regional Water Quality Control Board, where she has worked as a surface water protection and regulation. Jill has a PhD in marine biology from Scripps Institute, where her dissertation was on the community ecology of turf algae on coral reefs. At the council, Jill will be leading and supporting efforts on science funding and collaborative science, including social science integration, implementation of our science action agenda, and the development of the 2024 Delta Science Plan. Erin Mead joins the council HR unit as a senior personnel specialist. She joins the council after working with the California Department of Food and Agriculture for 22 years, of which 14 were in HR. She'll be addressing the transactional side of the council's business needs like payroll, benefits, appointments, leave options, etc. So please join me in welcoming Jill and Erin to our team. As I mentioned, the active projects list is in your packet. It's also available online. and our outreach highlights report, which I always recommend you take a look at. You can track our social media engagement as well there. And I believe that concludes my report. We do not have a legal or legislative update today. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Jessica, and welcome aboard to Jill and Aaron. Looking forward to working with them. Beck, is there any public comment on this item?
There is. We have Deidre Desjardins.
Yeah, it's Deirdre Desjardins, and I have just been trying to ascertain who's responsible for being the liaison between the Delta Independent Science Board and the legislature regarding proposals. The issue is the Senate, as I informed the Delta Stewardship Council, proposed $100 million for investments in water management science and cross-agency coordination, and proposed a role for the Delta Independent Science Board in doing so. And it's part of investing a $97 billion surplus. And it's one-time money. I believe it would be spent over 4 or 5 years. It's a critically important investment. Some of the money would go for the Water Board and also for Fish and Wildlife, as well as for the Department of Water Resources. But having worked in water management science, and you can see the kind of value that the Independent Science Board brings to looking at these cross-agency management issues, which are incredibly critical for climate change. I wasn't finding anybody who had the authority and the responsibility to ask the ISB, what would you need in the way of staff to carry out this mandate? Because right now they're getting up to speed after not having funding for fiscal year 2020 to 21. And they're also having to take on review of the tunnel project, which is going to be very intensive. So they did indicate that it would be difficult to do without additional resources, but I'm just concerned that the ball is getting dropped once again about there being enough resources, staff resources, if this is assigned to them, and I do hope it will be. And I do want to say that in $100 million, money for them to hire some more postdocs or some scientists on contract would be budget dust. It's not a huge ask. And when I asked Senator Wachowski, he just indicated it was an oversight. Bob Wachowski is the chair of Senate Budget Sub 2. So it's very frustrating for me. I'd like to advocate for the board, but I'm not in the position of asking them what their needs are. So I respectfully ask that the council ask that this be addressed, and particularly, I don't know, it might be too late this year, but if this comes up in future years, it needs to be addressed in a timely way. Thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre. Any other public comment?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you for that. We will, actually, I need to check with Councilmember Zingali. Any public comment from your end?
No, thank you.
Okay. We will now move on to item number 14, the lead scientist report. And for that, we have Dr. Larson.
Good afternoon, and another congratulations to Chair Madueño. I'm really looking forward to working with you.
Thank you. Same here.
So with the weather that we've been experiencing this week, temperature is on everyone's mind. You might have seen in Maven's notebook this week that truckloads of salmon, about 200,000 to be precise, got a lift from the fish hatchery at Oroville to the ocean, allowing them to bypass the Delta and its warm temperatures. For those of you who've been consistently attending these lead scientist reports over the past year, you might remember that when water temperature gets above about 68 degrees Fahrenheit in the Delta, migrating salmon experience near complete mortality. So trucking them around the Delta enables them to avoid this fate. So what we're seeing with the need to truck salmon is a consequence of the times that we're living in and the fact that several of the Delta's keystone native species are at the southern extent of their ranges. This fact makes them incredibly vulnerable to slight increases in temperature associated with climate warming. Knowing how temperature is changing in different parts of the Delta and what those changes might be associated with can help us to better manage the protection of these species, as with the example of trucking salmon. As another example, if we know that one part of the Delta is warming more rapidly than another, we know that the warming region might not be a preferred location to release fish in a reintroduction program. And if we know that inflows are a substantial driver of lower temperatures in parts of the Delta, we could modify reservoir operations theoretically to promote lower temperatures at certain times of year that are critical to the life cycles of native species. Now, this is something that's already done with releases of water from the Shasta Dam cold water pool, as is required under the federal biological opinion for winter run Chinook salmon. But the extent to which reservoir operations actually impact temperatures in the Delta is poorly understood. So understanding the impact of temperatures on ecosystems is a knowledge gap that falls squarely within the realm of two management needs from the 2022 to 2026 Science Action Agenda. And this includes acquire new knowledge and synthesize existing knowledge of interacting stressors to support species recovery and ecosystem health. And the other is to assess and anticipate impacts of climate change and extreme events to support successful adaptation strategies. Surprisingly, though, not much is yet known about temperature in the Delta, though it is widely accepted that air temperatures, something we have little control over at the local level, are the dominant drivers. Dr. Sam Bashevkin from the Synthesis and Decision Support Unit of the Delta Science Program has been working on filling this pretty big knowledge gap by working his data magic on 5 decades worth of data collected as part of regular boat monitoring surveys conducted by the Interagency Ecological Program. Over the past few months, Dr. Bashevkin and team have published 2 papers detailing this work in the preeminent journal Limnology and Oceanography. And I'll highlight those 2 studies today. And if we could get the visual abstract up now, that would be great. From the observed spatial distribution of water temperatures and their changes over time, Dr. Bashevkin fit a model that partitioned the variability in temperature into normal seasonal changes, smoothly varying spatial changes, changes due to different types of water years, and then a smooth long-term trend. Effectively, the model tested whether you could tease out a long-term trend of increasing temperatures from all of the background variability due to differences in space, seasons, and different types of water years. And the answer to that question is yes, there is a warming trend in the Delta, with water temperatures having increased on average by about 1.5 degrees Fahrenheit over the past 50 years. However, that warming trend wasn't evenly distributed over space or time. Warming was most widespread through the estuary during the late fall to winter, which overlaps with juvenile Chinook salmon development and the spring spawning season of Delta smelt. Warming was the most rapid in northern regions that are important for fish migration and areas of tidal wetland habitat, which is a concerning challenge for management. In his second study, Dr. Bashevkin combined the temperature data set with a data set on Delta inflow in order to evaluate the associations between the two once you account for that background spatial and seasonal variability. And in that study, they found that the relationship between water temperature and inflow is mostly a negative relationship, which basically means that at times when inflow is high, water temperature tends to be low and vice versa. So this effect can be pretty substantial, with water temperatures decreasing by up to 3.5 degrees Fahrenheit from periods of low inflow to periods of high inflow. In the winter, though, when air temperatures in the Delta region are colder than water temperatures, high inflow is associated with higher temperatures. And we also see that high inflow is associated with higher temperatures in downstream regions that are more influenced by tide, possibly because there, during high flow years, water originating from higher in the watersheds pushes out the colder ocean water. whereas during low flow years, the colder ocean water intrudes into the delta. So one important caveat here that's just really important to emphasize is that the study doesn't demonstrate that low inflows cause higher water temperatures. Both low inflows and high water temperatures, for example, can be a product of a hot drought like the drought that we're living through right now. And these droughts do cause inflows to be low because of reduced precipitation and enhanced evapotranspiration, and water temperatures are high, driven by air temperature. And this doesn't require that this could result in the same type of association that the study found, but without requiring a causal relationship from inflow to temperature. Testing for the existence of that type of causal relationship would instead require a process-based temperature modeling study. So even though this study by Dr. Bashevkin doesn't allow us to estimate whether or by how much reservoir water releases might be able to decrease water temperatures in the delta, it does lay a strong foundation for understanding those associations between temperature and inflows. And it establishes a hypothesis that inflows might be able to drive enough of a temperature shift in the delta to make a difference for listed species. But that is something that requires further study. So any questions on that article before I move on to discussing some of our recent program activities? Okay, I will move on then. And I just wanted to point out that I have provided you all with a fairly detailed discussion of what transpired in our first of a series of salinity management workshops. There's another detailed report out in your packet. But I just wanted to provide you with some notable updates, first of all, regarding the salinity management workshop series and the long-term collaborative planning process that we're hoping to kick off through that series. And one is that the modeling subgroup of the planning committee is proceeding to work with contractors to develop a proposal for doing the modeling that will constitute our demonstration exercise. And that contracting process is considering and incorporating the feedback that we received from workshop participants in the first workshop. And we're also continuing to seek feedback on the pilot or the demonstration modeling exercise and the gaps and priorities that will need to be addressed in the longer term collaborative planning process. We're doing this in several ways. We're partnering with Delta Adapts in their topical focused working group meetings. These are meetings that give them the opportunity to engage with the agricultural community, with stakeholders that are focused on ecosystems and stakeholders that are focused on water supply. And we're finding ways to spread awareness about what we're doing through this salinity management workshop series and try to better understand those communities' concerns and needs for understanding the impacts that salinity management will have in the future through extended drought and sea level rise. We are also developing a plan to attend other Delta stakeholder meetings, many of which will take place in the Delta. And we're hoping to get agenda items on a number of those meetings to introduce this topic and seek additional feedback. And in addition, we're planning on convening up to 2 other working group sessions that would be broadly open to the community of stakeholders and interest groups and would take place over the summer to fall period. The final update is that we decided to push the second workshop in the series back to late spring or early summer of 2023. And this buys us a little bit more time to engage with the community as well as to get a contract into place and have meaningful modeling work done that isn't just a repackaging of what's been done before, but actually tackles some of the troublesome assumptions that are in existing models and creates tools that could be used in the longer term planning process. So we're really excited about those developments. Another item I wanted to bring to your attention is the Delta Science Fellows Program. I mentioned previously that we had received a larger batch of applications than we've ever received previously through the over 10 years that we've been running this program. And I'm happy to report that the review panels convened in early June to evaluate the full set of proposals that we received. We convened panels over 3 separate days. 2 of those days were focused on reviewing the biological and physical proposals, and the third was focused on reviewing the social science proposals that we had received. All of the panelists were just really cognizant of the fact that this was a really strong group of applications that we received. And we've been having a lot of really challenging, in a good way, internal discussions to try to identify the proposals that we're going to award funding to. And we're in the process right now of talking to some of our funding partners and coordinating with them, but we expect that we will report on the award decisions and the projects in the July council meeting. So really excited about that. And then another thing that is very much on our radar is a water data science symposium. So I've talked a little bit about synthesis here before, but just as a reminder, one of the things that the Delta Science Program does as part of its portfolio of synthesis activities is to promote platforms for data sharing, provide data analysis tools and software to the science community, and provide training in how to extract a story from data, such as the story that Sam Bashevkin told from the water temperature data. As part of these activities, we regularly coordinate with other agencies, such as the USGS and State Water Resources Control Board, that have a similar emphasis on data synthesis. One outcome of these coordination meetings is that we learned of the California Water Data Challenge and the Water Data Science Symposium hosted by the Water Board. This is an event that targets state scientists, academic scientists from local universities and students. And the symposium's goal is to improve the collection and use of water quality monitoring data for management decisions. This event also includes a water data challenge, which is a data hackathon aimed at collaborative problem solving using water data to answer important questions. And there's a really fun competition associated with that some of my students at Berkeley have had a great experience participating in the past. This year's challenge questions, which are listed in your written report, focus on how water data can be used to benefit human communities and promote justice and equity. So a few of us from the Delta Science Program, including Dr. Sam Bashevkin and myself, are getting involved by presenting talks at the symposium, which takes place next week on the 28th through the 30th. And the talks are designed to pique interest in and awareness of the tools, resources, and data that the council have invested in making available to the community. And we're also going to propose some important questions of management relevance that could be addressed with new analyses of already available data sets using already available tools. So the symposium is open for public attendance. It's going to be virtual, and registration details are available in the information packet. And then the final thing I wanted to do was just to respond to to Daniel Zingali's question earlier when the water supply reliability report from the ISB was presented. He had asked what the staff response is essentially. And I wanted to point out that the recommendations are very much in line with some of the current priorities of the Delta Science Program, including our role in helping to coordinate the integrated model steering committee. We are also working towards putting on 1 or more modeling workshops to take place in the fall and then into next year that will be focused on what the next steps are going to be in developing a modeling collaboratory. And the way we think of this collaboratory is a centralized place. It will have cyber infrastructure resources associated with it, and ideally, eventually physical infrastructure resources associated with it. But it will be a place for different modeling groups that work in different agencies across the Delta or in academia, where they could convene and create a user community associated with these different models. And that user community creation involves making the models more transparent and readily available, making their assumptions transparent, creating online platforms that enable users to download the models, couple them with other models, assimilate data into them, and then use them in newer and more interdisciplinary ways than they've been used in the past. And so, as this common resource is created, the vision is that these different agencies that have models that essentially speak different languages would come together and figure out how to resolve assumptions that make certain models not adoptable by some of the agencies, how to resolve challenges of coupling those models to look at, for example, how water supply reliability models might impact fish populations or water quality dynamics. So this is a vision that we have that we are taking concrete next steps to achieve. So we're looking forward to continued communication with the ISB as we have a chance to really ingest these recommendations and fully play out the discussions around the recommendations. But I'll just say they're very much in line with many of the Delta Science Program goals. And then finally, just to conclude with the by the numbers, not much has changed since the last report. We're still in extreme drought conditions. If you look just at precipitation totals, they don't seem too bad. I mean, definitely on the low side, the Northern Sierra has received 79% of average precipitation to June 20th, and the Central Sierra has received 62% of the average. So those are low numbers, but not incredibly dire. What gets a little bit more frightening is when you look at the snow water equivalent. Historically, we would still have a pretty extensive snowpack in the mountains, but that snowpack is down to just 16% of the June average for the Northern Sierra, and there is no snowpack in the Central Sierra at all right now. Once you go a little lower in the watershed, we're also looking at low levels in the reservoirs. We have 66% of average storage at Oroville, 69% in San Luis, and 49% in Shasta. The San Joaquin River is particularly low, flowing at 16% of average for this time of year. The Sacramento River is at 66% of average. And then the water project diversions are also very low right now at 23%. So that concludes my agenda item, and I would welcome any questions from council members and or the general public.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Larson. Are there any questions from this council? Yes, Councilmember Natoli.
Yeah, so you did your interviews. How many fellows will you be able to select? Are you limited or just did?
We are working that out
Okay.
right now.
Yeah.
We do have a portfolio of projects that we would like to award. We're a little short on funding for all of those projects right now. And so we're going to some of our typical funding partners and asking if they might have some funds available to support some projects that are in line with their missions. So we're negotiating that right now very actively.
Oh, again, it was good to see there was so much interest in the biophysical, but certainly in the social sciences too, that
Yeah.
you get, a cross section of folks who have expressed interest. I know can be of great assist. And some of the work they've done in the past has been very complimentary to with the council, but certainly with the science ISP, and certainly with the work that goes on here and elsewhere have contributed greatly. So excited to hear that. Are those 2-year assignments?
They're 2-year fellowships that support master's students, PhD students, and postdoctoral scholars. And we had a good mix of applications in all of those categories, a little bit less on the master's student side in terms of what we received, but we're looking to have all of those categories represented in the funding awards that we make.
In you get applications from all over the United States or all over the world, or are they largely from California?
They're largely from California.
Are they? Okay.
Yeah, I think this time they were all from California, but for our PSN competitive solicitation, it is typical that we receive international, certainly national applications for that.
And just on a different subject matter you covered, so you've over the course of time made some very interesting presentations on the different investigations, scientific investigations. The most current one today talking about temperature and water and flows and so forth. I know some of those get published, but do they get compiled in a where someone can go to all of those that have been done? And because again, you make them very understanding to a layperson like myself. And I just think that if you want the broader study, obviously that background is there, you give the summaries here. But there was a kind of a location where folks, maybe it's on the council website, maybe it's on different website. But I find those fascinating. And the graphics, again, I've said this before, are they may be simple in some respects, but they're understandable and really do, I think, help portray if someone who didn't want to read all the study behind it could get some sense about what's being looked at relative to fish, to certain habitats, to certain influences in the Delta. So I guess I'm just curious, is there one location and kind of concisely where that information you presented now over a series and maybe others before you have compiled those?
I'm glad you asked that question because we're always trying to figure out how to most effectively communicate this scientific information to policymakers and the general public. And before I get too far into that answer, I first of all want to give credit to Alicia Tate Pulliam, who is our Sea Grant State Policy Fellow, who produces those graphics every month for the lead scientist report and compiles the text, the bulk of the text for the lead scientist report. So she does a tremendous amount of really great work. In terms of how we disseminate this information, there's a few avenues that we have been using. One is that next month you'll hear about the release of the Delta Science Tracker, which is a way to compile and readily search information about projects that are funded in different subject matter areas. There will ultimately be links to the products of that research, including papers like the ones I presented today. So in terms of just finding things and being able to search on a topic like temperature and have these things come up, that's going to be a really great resource for the community. Another thing that we're doing is the science program is now publishing a quarterly science funding newsletter, the Delta Breeze, in which we profile some of the work that we fund through our fellows program and through our competitive solicitation. So there's usually accessible summaries like what I just presented today that are a part of that. And then the other thing that I want to mention is the State of Bay Delta Science is kind of our flagship publication for synthesis of the science that's most relevant to management needs in the Delta. And we're changing the way we do State of Bay Delta Science. There have been 2 prior editions of State of Bay Delta Science. The last one was in 2016. And that was published as a special issue of San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Sciences. And both of those 2 previous editions of State of Bay Delta Science were very wide-ranging in terms of the subject material of the articles and attempted to provide just a very basic and thorough understanding of the different disciplines and areas of science that really underpin management of the Delta. What we're moving towards now is having a biennial publication, so a more frequent publication of State of Bay Delta Science come out, which is going to be focused on topical issues that are of really hot management relevance. And so in December, we will be coming out with the next edition of State of Bay Delta Sciences, which focuses on the ecosystem services and disservices of primary producers, which are plants and algae within the Delta. So we'll have a focus on invasive species, harmful algal blooms, subsidence reversal, and some of the greenhouse gas considerations of restoring wetlands in the Delta. So those are a few examples of the topics that we'll be covering. We're then gearing up for the 2024 State of Bay Delta Science, which will focus on extreme events in the Delta. So drought, floods, wildfires. As you all know, these events are rising in prominence. And when we put out those editions of State of Bay Delta Science, there's a lot of really great science communication that goes along with that. There were a series of videos that were released with the 2016 edition. Right now, some of our state policy fellows are working on putting together one-page summaries with visually appealing graphics for each of the chapters of State of Bay Delta Science. And then we have a social media presence as well. There are weekly science summaries that the communications division does a really great job of here. Science Fridays, in which they'll delve into a science topic with a series of tweets. Often they're linked to articles. But those are some of the things that we do.
Well, thanks, Dr. Larson. But for the most comprehensive catalog, then the Delta Tracker would have access to all the things you mentioned, maybe others as well?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, and that'll be about, I just wanted to ask, because I sit on other bodies, the Protection Commission and the Conservancy, are there links? So if somebody went to Delta Conservancy or the Delta Protection Commission, they could find, whether it's going through the Delta Tracker or through some of these other sort of linking it with obviously the Stewardship Council and maybe Independent Science Board, so that different points of entry, but also that information be available for people that are trying to learn more about a project, about some impacts, about what's going on in the world around them. I just want to be sure that people can get to that. I'm techno illiterate when it comes to that stuff. I just want to know if there's a way somebody goes to those.
I think that cross-linking is going to be really important and is something that we likely need to work on. So like where are we going to post these links to the Delta Science Tracker, and how are we going to spread awareness of it to these other agencies and hopefully get them to put links on their sites. I think these would be great things to bring up next month when we have a detailed discussion about the Delta Science Tracker. And that Science Tracker is going to be version 1.0, and we'll be seeking feedback from users once it's released. And we'll have a mechanism to incorporate upgrades and new ideas as we receive that type of feedback.
Madam Chair, if I could assist, currently service chair, obviously the Protection Commission, and just immediate past chair of the Conservancy, but I know you have good, executive directors there, but if there's any way to help, promote that, I certainly think it just, I just think it'd be really important. So, okay, thanks.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Zingali, do you have any questions of Dr. Larson?
No, I'm fine. Just thank you, Dr. Larson, for being so responsive and informative as always.
Thank you.
I will also echo, it's great to be here in person. And obviously you've presented to us over the last couple of years. For me personally, the last year during pandemic, and to see you on the screen versus in person, and to not only see your enthusiasm, but you're just amazing, and so appreciate everything that you do. You have a full plate, a full plate, but I love where I was going to call you Dr. Natali. Well, with the doctor here, with Councilmember Natali. Maybe I do see you as a doctor. I just see that there are obviously some clear advantages of being able to share this information, and there's no reason why it should just be held hostage in one portal. It should absolutely be disseminated. I see that there would be so much opportunity to be able to share this. So thank you.
It's a nut we're
Yes,
constantly trying to crack.
very much so. Beck, is there any public comment on this?
No, Madam Chair, there's not.
Okay, one last time, Councilmember Zingali, any public comment on your side?
No public comment here. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I did just get a hand raised. I'm so sorry.
Oh, okay, no problem.
We have Teresa Flewin.
Llewellyn. Can you hear me?
Yes, Teresa.
Hi, the last name is Llewellyn. I just had a question for Dr. Larson regarding the data symposium next week. I've looked at the schedule of activities and the data challenge workshops. Are those repeating the same information both on the 28th and 29th? Or does that change? And I guess even on the 30th, will each one of those presentations be a different topic?
I think the answer is yes, but I would need to check with my counterparts at the water board. So if you wanted to send us an email, we could get back to you with a definitive answer.
Okay, because I clicked on the registration links. That's the reason I asked. And it's just giving the same data, the same verbiage. So that's where my question came up, as if that each one of those workshops was on a different topic or if they were repeating themselves.
I'll find out for you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Great. We're
No further public
no,
comments.
wonderful. Okay, that will conclude this item. We will now finish our meeting with the preparation for our next council meeting, which is scheduled for July 28th, 29th, in the same building, the CNRA headquarters building at 715 P Street. Please refer to the posted meeting notice 10 days before the meeting for further information or updates. Again, I want to thank everybody for attending today's meeting. To Councilmember Zingali, thank you so much for participating virtually. We'd love to see
Thank
you in
you.
person again, and appreciate again your support, enthusiasm, and as always, your clear and precise direction and vision. So appreciate that. And that goes for all of you. Yes, Councilmember Natoli.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I could just make a couple of quick announcements before we adjourn. Just wanted to announce that the executive director for the Delta Protection Commission, Eric Bink, had announced his retirement a few months ago, and we have made a selection of a new executive director who will come on the first week of August. Bruce Blodgett, who formerly served as executive director for the San Joaquin County Farm Bureau, has extensive knowledge of the Delta, but he'll be the new executive director. So some of the letterhead will reflect that, and I'm sure correspondence coming going forward. I also want to announce that tomorrow, the 5 Delta counties are hosting a Delta Summit, 2-hour panel discussion. And if folks are interested in tuning in, it's a hybrid. It'll be in the supervisors chambers in Sacramento County, Board of Supervisors chambers, but also available on the live broadcast via the web. And if folks are interested, they can go to savethedelta.saccounty.gov. Or excuse me, at saccounty.gov, and it's the 5 Delta counties that are hosting the session. And we'll have a panel of folks to offer some presentations regarding water in the Delta. So
I'd like to, if I can, attend. What time is that?
it'll be from 9 in the morning to 11, 9 to 11.
Okay. Great. Thank you for
Good.
those
Yeah,
updates.
thanks.
Appreciate that. And we look forward to working with Bruce as well. Any other comments? If not, this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.